Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box, here live in Charlotte, North Carolina. My name's Luke Crane. I'll be one of your hosts today, but I am joined by the ever so dashing Mats Brandt. How you doing,
Thank you
mate?
so much, my friend. Thanks so much. Well, what can I say? Overly excited would be the word, actually. It's so crazy to be here, to bring in all this to America. It's just amazing. I have goosebumps all over my body, let's say.
I've been waiting like 5-6 months to be able to say those words. So yeah, super exciting to be here. We've got an amazing show, not only on stage, but here at the Convention Center in Charlotte. So yeah, if you are here in person over the weekend, look forward to meeting you. But if you're watching on stream, there's plenty of content coming your way.
Absolutely, and we have amazing guests. Great to have you here. Thank you for being here. It's just so cool to have you all here. Very nice. Let's get you through the schedule, let's say, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to start things off with Podium 1 at 11. I'm looking forward to that because they're going to talk everything Podium, right?
Oh, Stephen Chandler will love to talk about Podium 1. I can tell you that right now. They've got so many different facets of their company, and you're going to get to hear all about it at 11 o'clock.
At 12, it's going to be FIA with a ready overview and pretty much overview about everything they have, like news for us.
Yeah, they recently announced an esports competition, and you're going to get to hear a little bit more about that with Eric Strana.
12:30, we're planning on having Anthony Alfredo on stage, racer and sim racer, and goes by the nickname of Fast Pasta. I love everything about that because I love fast and I love pasta, honestly.
Absolutely, a big story from iRacing into the real cars, and still continuing to do both.
Absolutely. Operation Motorsport is coming up next at 1. It's a fantastic veterans organization, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, they're a group that put veterans into sim racing or indeed motorsports. Fantastic organization. Again, you get to hear more from the horse's mouth a little bit later on.
I think it's a win-win for everybody. So after that, 1:30 is Parker Retzlaff, currently on NASCAR Rally Series with Viking Motorsports.
Yeah,
also great.
He's quite literally gone from eNASCAR to NASCAR. It's yeah, a hell of a story.
Absolutely. Kevin Bobbitt's coming up at 14. Like it's 2 p.m. iRacing update on everything.
Yeah, he will be coming up here talking all about iRacing and iRacing Studios, but nothing about Liverpool.
Let's see. 3 o'clock, it's going to be Simucube presenting the Simucube 3 Ultimate Wheelbase right here on stage. Everything new about that.
Yeah, if you want details about a wheelbase, you're going to hear details. I can tell you that right now.
Then we have Asetek, obviously, talking about everything Asetek.
Yeah, 100%. There'll be like a hot chair with André, the CEO.
Yeah, your questions right out of the audience, pretty much, right? And at 4, it's going to be that's going to be pretty much it, I guess.
It is pretty much it. Yeah. A little bit of a shorter schedule today because, unfortunately, there was some extremely sad news last night. Future Hall of Famer and all-time leading NASCAR race winner Kyle Busch passed away. He was a 2-time Cup Series champion, a man who was fierce, unfiltered, and a heck of a wheelsman. Most of all, he was a human, albeit with superhero status. A husband, a father, a legend. Please, along with us here at SimRacing Expo, join us in remembering him with a minute's silence.
Everybody. So, right before we get started, we'd like to say thank you to some of our partners. City of Charlotte, first of all, thank you so much. eNASCAR, thank you. The Convention Center, of course, Asetek, the Hall of Fame, and Charlotte Motor Speedway. And of course, thank you to D-Box for making this all possible. Thank you for having us and helping us.
Unfortunately, due to the circumstances we find ourselves in, we will not be having Rajah Caruth on stage today or Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They are not going to do any media throughout the weekend. So we will be back very, very shortly at 11 with Podium 1, giving a talk all about their business.
See you then.
But discipline is a choice. The path is narrow. Thousands will enter the Rise Challenge. Only 100 will survive the first cut. No technical games, no hidden fees, just pure racing. Honor is not given, it is forged. Will you stand apart? Rise among the 25. Register today. You don't build a tradition overnight. You earn it.
The Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race. It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever.
It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600, an American tradition. digital chaos, speed is a commodity, but discipline is a choice. The path is narrow. Thousands will enter the Rise Challenge. Only 100 will survive the first cut. No technical games, no hidden fees, just pure racing. Honor is not given, it is forged. Will you stand apart? Rise among the 25. Register today. You don't build a tradition overnight. You earn it.
The Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race.
It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever.
It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600, an American tradition.
Hi everybody, welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2026, fueled by D-Box. My name is Matthias and I'm super delighted to introduce you to our next stage panel. Everybody, I know that you're having fun at the SimRigs everywhere around, but please feel free to come on over and learn everything new about Podium 1. And right now, it's just me introducing the founders. Please welcome on stage Mr. Steve Palladino and Chandler Welling. Hey guys. Great to have you here. Feel free to tell everybody everything.
Thank you. What's up, guys? Everyone, how you guys doing? Great. I think first I want to say thank you to everyone for being here. I don't think people realize how important it is that we're all here. We're going to get into Podium 1, how we started, where we're going, what we think the sim world is going to turn into. But I will say, for the SimRacing Expo, I mean, I've been looking at this event for years when it was over in Germany. I've always wanted to be there. And so now we're finally here in Charlotte, in the United States. But it wouldn't be anything without you guys, right? Because you're helping us push this industry, push the business, come up with new ideas, and all the feedback that says where this needs to go. So I think that's super, super important.
Yep. So I think a lot of the questions people have is how Podium 1 started. I think it would probably be more relevant to talk real quick maybe about how you and I got started in business that led into this. So
yeah, absolutely. Want to start?
Yeah. So I used to own a creative agency. I've been in the marketing world for a long time. If you follow Podium 1 on socials, I think something we do really well is our video content. And so 100%. I'd owned that for 7-8 years, ended up selling it and really got heavy into the car world, which is where Steve and I met during COVID, right? Car meets and drives in the back roads going too fast. And I had these...
Running from cops?
Yeah. I had these cheap little Sims. I say cheap, it's where everyone starts. A Logitech G923 with like an Amazon chassis. And, we'd always have these little hangouts in a man cave that we had. And Steve would come over. And Steve's clearly not a small human. So I'm sitting on this Logitech. I'm like, this is sick. Steve gets on and he's like, the idea is sick, but I could snap this wheel in half if I turn too tight. And that's really how we got into sim racing. And just a brief overview of kind of my background has been more on the marketing and content side of things. So
yeah, and then on my side, I've been in the middle of manufacturing and developing products for many, many years, mainly in big box retailers. Different products from, I started a garage door kiosk program that's in every Costco around the world, to dancing fire tables, to building hotels for Hyatt, a whole bunch of different stuff, right? But never been able to connect all of our passions. I've been gaming since I was 5 years old. My dad bought me an Atari with Qbert, right? And we all love cars, but with Podium 1, we've been able to take kind of everything that we've done over the years and kind of put it together to build this business and brand that we absolutely love. It's even though it's war every day, there's a lot of passion, a lot of fun into it.
So I think this segues into, from the Logitech G923,
yeah.
How Podium 1 really officially started is Steve built what I would consider, and I always say this, a pro-level rig. When I mean a pro-level rig, it was a nice extruded chassis. I think you had a, TR-160 track racer?
TR-160 from Track Racer, matched back there.
And it was a PC when my little Logitech was, I think, PlayStation or something. And so him and one of our buddies started racing. And I was like, Steve, I don't know what you're doing, but I want to be a part of it. I want to get my own rig. And he shot me this email that was like 18 paragraphs long. You need this PC, and if you do this monitor, you need this and this and this. And I was like, dude, just tell me what to buy. So I bought my own little version, probably a little bit cheaper, but it was a good rig. And next thing you know, for the next 3 weeks, we were racing every single night. Literally every night. I was canceling calls that I had for work because I was working from home at the time. Just to get onto a race. I'd text Steve at like 9:30. I'm like, hey, dude, I'm jumping on. You get on. And that's really what sucked us in.
That's absolutely. And if you see here, like on the video that's going on, we're involved with so many different real racers. And what was really cool is that was what they were doing during COVID, right? I mean, they were using the sim to do their racing because they weren't doing real races. So a lot of our friends are actually pro drivers in IMSA. And they got on with us and kind of showed us the ropes.
Yeah, like Owen Trakelin.
Owen, right? And it was like Daniel, and it was like so cool. I mean, I remember the first time I raced against Tony Kanaan, who now we talk to Tony all the time, and we'll get into that later. But the first time I was racing with Tony, it was like, still gives me goosebumps. I'm like, how freaking cool is this that I'm sitting at my house, I'm getting to race against this pro driver. So that was just so cool. So from there,
then the wheels started turning. We're like, we got to do something in this industry. So our original concept for Podium 1 was actually more of a Topgolf entertainment style. You know, we wanted a badass restaurant. We wanted all the cars. Like Steve and I had cool cars. Our friends had cool cars. They could pull up, and then we had Sims. We kind of bring it all together, and we worked on that for what, a year and a half, and it was a big project. It ultimately just didn't pan out. We had a building that was 90,000 square feet that we were getting ready to sign on that fell through, and it was just a lot to bite off, I think, to start. And so in the meanwhile, Steve's like, well, we're going to have to figure out how to do these sims. So he'd reach out to Track Racer and Husingveld and Simucube, and at the time, and you might be able to agree, Johannes, no one returned our call in the beginning. Everyone's like, I don't know who you are. We're not going to sell to you. You got to order through this guy. But we started slowly but surely ordering pieces of sims. So.
And what was important to us is, again, when we had these Logitechs, not that there's anything wrong with the G923. That's where we all started, right? But because we're on track so much in real life with multiple different supercars and race cars, like Chandler and I did our first endurance race on a prototype last year at Daytona, which was so cool. But because we do that, we wanted to make sure that we put together more of an elevated experience that really had that one-to-one, if you will, with real racing, right? Because we want to be able to feel the wheel and not have a delay and be able to feel the turn in, feel the nose dip down, feel the grip of the tires. And so we started building these sims that we're just a little more elevated than what you saw then. Of course, now it's gotten crazy. And for what it's worth, you guys, we never anticipated this.
In fact, the first time that we thought about adding D-Box motion, Steve and I both looked at each other and were like, who's paying $18,000 for a sim? And it's not because we wanted it to be $18,000. It's just if you add up the components for a good PC, triple monitors, a D-Box system.
D-Box was $8,000 alone.
Yeah, right. To ship it out, it was expensive. And so as we got into it, we just found out that people really enjoy immersion.
Yeah.
The more you can trick your brain into thinking that it's real, the more fun you're going to have, the more you're going to learn. You know what I mean? And so I think you guys, if you guys spend enough time on sims, you'll realize that if anything happens negative, you're dropping frames, your wheel cuts out, obviously that breaks immersion, and you get lost. You know what I mean?
Oh, I say it all the time. Like when I'm on track, if you take your eye off the road for a second, people always say this, oh, how fast are you going? The last thing I'm doing is looking at the dash, right?
Yep.
The reason being is that you cover so much ground so fast, and if you get disconnected, everything goes away. You'll lose your line, and the whole lap is over, right? And it's the same thing when you're on a sim that I'm using my Logitech, and I turn it in, and it just wouldn't turn or whatever, right? And all of a sudden, now I'm thinking about that, and then everything else kind of falls apart. So to your point, it's about immersion. It's about keeping it consistent. And then it goes from there. But it does not have to be in a $100,000 sim. I want to make sure that that's really clear, right? Yep. So there's various levels. It just turns into what it is. I mean, our first sims when we started this, you guys, was $7,500 delivered to a customer, and then it just kept going. People were like, I want more, I want more, I want more.
Yep.
So that's kind of the start of it. So like Chandler had said, we started off thinking we wanted this big Topgolf, this experience center type of thing. The building fell through. From there, we said, okay, let's learn how to do this. Let's change our website. So initially, it had a food menu on there. It had drinks. It had the car meets and all the different type of stuff. We changed it to what you see it is today, and then it's just kind of going. You went on marketing, and then let's talk about Matt at Obsessed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, well, what segues into that? It was January of 2023, I believe. Yep. You and I were like, all right, we're selling sims. This is what we're going to do. And so we started doing a little marketing. We started doing the Instagram thing. And like you mentioned, we started building more rigs, more expensive rigs. And it was because of what people wanted. It's what people requested. But a big milestone for us was that summer, we ended up, a gentleman, Matt Mormon from Obsessed Garage, he's got a YouTube channel that's all about all things garage. The nicest cabinets, the nicest tools, the nicest flooring, like a race deck or Swiss tracks, etc. And he's like, hey, I have this cool house. It was at Helen, Georgia. It was an Airbnb. And he's like, I want the coolest sim that we could come up with. And at the time, for us, it was we didn't even have a P1 Ultimate. It was our P1, which is, right now, it's a great sim. It's in our mid-tier in terms of pricing. And so the only thing we knew how to do is bigger monitors. And so Matt's like, you know what? Let's do it. And so we built this, what we know is the P1 Ultimate with the triple 55s, and you'll see a few variants here in our booth. And we put that and installed it at his Airbnb, and his community, it just went crazy. I mean, we sold so many P1 Ultimates. And for us, it was like, wow, these car guys really value a quality system with the immersion. They valued the Podium One service, a fully turnkey, delivered to their door, set up. And that was, I think, where we're like, okay, well, this is a great business, and we need to keep it going.
Yep. And then you remember what happened next? The other big break?
Yeah, I do, actually. I know exactly what you're going to say. You go ahead.
Tom Segura, right? So Tom Segura saw some of our videos and then posted about it on his podcast, and he's like, look what I'm getting.
Well, one thing, just to Tom Segura, if you don't know, he's a comedian, a well-known comedian, but he's a huge car guy. Huge car guy. I mean, he's got Porsches, he's got Ferraris, but he's got tasteful Porsches and Ferraris. He doesn't just get the newest, hottest car. He's got, like, an air-cooled Porsche. He's got, like, the off-road Porsche.
The car.
Yeah, go ahead.
So cool. So he got it. He posted it. He hadn't even bought one yet, but he's like, this is what I'm going to get. And his wife's calling him a nerd, and he's this and that. And then I look at my phone. We're in the back configuring a rig. I look at the phone, and there's a direct message from Joe Rogan. And Joe's like, I just saw Tom Segura's podcast. I won't say exactly what he said because I don't want to swear.
But he essentially said, if he's getting one, I want one.
I effing need this in my life. Let's go. I'm like, wow, right?
Yep.
And so then it just kind of took off. And then once Joe started talking about it, and Cat Williams was really big with Shannon at that time.
Yep.
And then he's filming Cat Williams, and then it just kind of took off, right? To where now we are one of the largest that's around, and we're constantly trying to push the envelope and continually driving pricing down while getting this to the masses, right? Because we believe so much in what this can do. And we'll get more into that in a minute.
Even, too, when we built Joe Rogan's rig, we wanted to, and he fully paid for his rig. He's like, I don't want it for free because of who I am. I don't want to even subject you to what that involves for you. So he paid for that rig. But one thing that we wanted to do was make it as special as possible, right?
Yep.
So we essentially, it was our triple 55 P1 Ultimate, but we did these nice wheel holders, and we had 4 wheels, and they were all synced with iRacing. So as you're sitting there, you'll see all of the tacks go up and stuff. But that was a turning point for us because after we installed that rig, remember, we had customers calling us. They said, I want that rig, but what more can you do?
What
at the
more
time,
can
I'm
you
like,
do?
yeah, I can add a refrigerator to it. I don't know. What more can we do? There's not, at the time, there wasn't a ton of products to really scale it up. So.
And that's the other cool thing, right? Is that as this has progressed, since we started in 2022 and really launched in January of 23, you all here that have seen it, like how many new products are already in the market compared to what there were back then, and how much better things are getting. I mean, remember we had a customer who's a Cup driver, a Porsche Cup driver, and he wanted the Porsche wheel that Porsche made. It was $11,000. Now Manny at VPG has a wheel like that for $1,600, right? That's actually Porsche licensed. So it went from $11,000 to so much lower, and it's going to continually get that way. You're seeing motion, and everyone's putting all this time and energy into motion, driving down the pricing. You'll hear some stuff with D-Box coming up. You got Vero, you have Moza getting into the game, so many others, right? So it's constantly evolving and constantly moving forward. So we've seen what happened in just a couple of years. Where's it going next? Right? I think it's pretty cool.
I mean, it's a good segue. Where's it going next? At least for us as a company, it's driven us into other markets, right?
Yeah.
And so the way that Steve and I look at simulators is that racing has actually paved the way for other things like flight simulator, or you were just talking backstage. You see Track Racer has their awesome truck simulator. They got they've got the wheel, they've got the seat, the chassis. And so what we see both in the market and then internally as our company is that we're taking kind of all the technology and learnings that we've seen on racing and just applying them to other areas, which, surprisingly enough, are seemingly decades behind sim racing. If you get into the high-end flight market, it's actually quite astounding. I mean, you look at a Level D flight simulator for $10 to $30 million, and it was built, it looks like, on Windows 98, and it's something that the military is training on and the airlines are training on. Don't be wrong, there's a lot of amazing technology on those level sims, but you also find that there's a lot of archaic technology, and so what we're trying to do as a company is take that and push it into kind of the other sectors in simming.
Yeah, so discussing about that, like what had taken place is we have some people in the government in Tennessee that found out who we are, kind of came in. Next thing you know, they're inviting us up to Fort Campbell to go to this, we can talk about it a little bit, right? But a special area with little birds and stuff where that night when we left, the whole field was on fire.
Right? We got to get on a Level D sim that I was so excited, right? And if you follow Podium One closely, you'll know that I'm pretty obsessed with helicopters. And so I've had, thousands of hours on our Steam account on the different flight sims. And so in my mind, I'm like, dude, I'm going to get on this $30 million flight sim, and I'm going to show these guys how to fly. That's literally what I was thinking. And I couldn't take off. I couldn't land. It was terrible. But the saving grace in this story is that this pilot, who was sitting next to me, and he's, Warrant Officer 5. He's like, one of the best that the military has. He couldn't take off and land it. And I'm like, well, what's the point of a $30 million sim if you can't take off and land? And that's really what kind of fueled our aviation, I guess, passion is, wow, there's some huge opportunity here to, again, take what we've done in sim racing and go to flight. And the next, you've talked about sims for like a Barrett 50 cal or stuff like that, right?
Well, it can, here's a video right now with Chandler on the R66. So that cyclic that's on there and the collectives, Robinson literally sent us the components from the actual helicopter.
Yep.
Right? It was $20,000 worth of hardware that they sent. It weighs nothing of 2 pounds, right? And they sent it, and Chandler hooked it up to some Arduinos and was able to redo it, right?
Yep.
And map it up for the sim. So the cool thing there is now we're literally working directly with Robinson to make these helicopter sims. And now we're having discussions. Well, we just got the Navy, right?
Yep.
You know more about that,
yep.
so talk about that.
The U.S. Navy is using the Robinson R66 as their single turbine rotary wing trainer, and so that's what we've been developing. Helicopter Institute is essentially training their pilots, and that's the platform they use, and so that's why we developed this dual seat. And this, to us, was a giant R&D project for more things to come, right?
Yeah.
So right now, we're actually building a 3-seat Airbus H130 helicopter simulator, and it's 3-seat because in the H130, you've got left seat pilot, middle seat co-pilot, and the right seat's passenger. And we actually 3D printed the entire fuselage from the rear seats forward. So it's 1-to-1. I mean, the thing's from Steve to me, about 6-7 foot long. And so we're really starting to up the game in what we're able to do from a manufacturing standpoint and do that stuff in-house.
And we have, just so you guys can see it in our booth, we actually have a carbon cub. So we were asked to do this with a flight school that wanted 25 of them. And a carbon cub doesn't exist. There's no peripherals or anything out there for a carbon cub. So when you go see it, we actually built all that in-house. We actually got the fusers, for example, from the actual aircraft, so the detents and everything are literally 1-to-1. It is the exact same thing as what's on there. And now the school that bought it, they had their instructor. He's in our office for a week, flying the thing all day, blown away about it, right? Which is, I mean, I don't know anything really about it. I don't fly carbon cubs, but I just think it was just awesome to see the excitement that they had.
Yep. So what do you think's next beyond, say, racing and flight, which we're doing a lot of, right?
Well, when you look at flight, here's the cool thing about flight versus racing is that I don't know if anyone here is a pilot, but pilots have been, Luke, right? But pilots have been using flight sims for decades. Every pilot we talk to, they're like, oh yeah, I use a sim. Oh yeah, I use a sim. But when you talk to drivers, there's so many drivers that for the longest time thought that sim racing was just a game, that it did not translate. But now you're looking at Ian, who will be here at some point, right? Crim 6. You've got Swellio. Here's one of our employees right here in a Radical. He races professionally as well, right? And it started on the sim. Chandler and I started on the sim. We're out with pro drivers now all the time, and they're like, how are you guys so fast?
Oh, one more. We just spent 2 hours with Carl Edwards, who's a friend of ours, yesterday, and his son Mikey started in a sim, in a Podium 1 sim, and is now at the Toyota GR Cup, and he's crushing it.
So Road Atlanta, I think you said, right?
Yeah. Mid-June, Road Atlanta. So to your point, just one thing I want to add to that. What we also found with the drivers is, and you'll laugh probably at this, is the aggressive opinions they had about sim racing. They're like, oh, I've tried a sim before, and it turns out they tried a sim in like 2015, in the back of someone's trailer or something, and it's like, that doesn't inform where we're at today, right?
Yeah.
But I think more and more it's being accepted that, all right, this is a real tool.
Well, again, you saw the video on there, and it'll come back on, but with Tony Kanaan, Ross Chastain, Chris Forsberg, Swellio, Dale Earnhardt Jr. I mean, there's so many guys, whether you guys know it or not, there are so many people now using sims to practice. I mean, where's Luke? Max, right? Max Verstappen. He talks about it all the time, how important it is that you can use a sim. So my point is, when you're asking where is this going, when you have pilots who have been using sims for so long, now you've got drivers actually engaging and realizing that this is a tool. What's next? We've got truck companies reaching out for CDL type of stuff. We have concrete trucks. We have for the Navy. I mean, you can see us getting into submarines, getting us into aircraft carriers.
Defensive driving. I mean, how many times have we kind of
like right now, we have
projects.
They're almost done with it. In Middle Tennessee, we have a $500 million complex being built for Homeland Security and for law enforcement. And the guy's like, okay, I need sims, but what can it do? And we showed them, look, you can be in a helicopter flying over a city. There's a bad guy driving away in a car, and then 3 other people are in sims chasing him as cops, right? And he's like, what in the world that you can do all of this now virtually, and all of that turns into real life. I mean, again, sorry to keep going back to racing and stuff. It's like, I can't tell you how many times something's happened on track now that has happened 1,000 times on the sim, that when it happened in real life, I knew exactly what to do without even realizing it. I mean, I come out of turns sometimes with goosebumps because I'm like, I should have been in that wall, but because of how much I've done it on the sim, it translates. And it's the same thing with everything else that's going to go on. So the point is, I think, as simming progresses in general, not just sim racing, it's going to turn into what a lot of professions around the world can be using to train, to skill, to get certifications with FAA and all these others that are out there.
Another thing would be how sims are going to translate to real-world things. So, for example, you guys might have seen, there's been some viral videos of simulators controlling RC planes, which is a big passion of mine. And so, but you look at that, I mean, the military is doing that. You know, MQ-9 Reaper drones are from essentially a Thrustmaster, joystick. And so it's really cool to see the adoption. What's really interesting, and kind of going back a little bit, but you sparked something, is our dual-seat Robinson helicopter. I mean, that's a $250,000 rig, and for good reason. I mean, it's a giant motion platform. We've got a lot of expensive peripherals on there, a ton of monitors, dual PC setup, etc. And for us in the sim racing world, 250 grand for a sim is astronomical. No one needs a $250,000 sim. However, you go to some of these flight events, so essentially the flight version of this, a Verticon or a Quad A, it's like the military version, and people come up to your sim and they're like, oh, this looks awesome. How much is it? It's 250 grand. And literally everyone goes, wow, that's really cheap. Because in the flight sim world, especially at any meaningful training level, I mean, you're spending multiple 7 figures at a minimum. But that market is recognizing and going downstream, to sims like that you guys would recognize as a good flight simulator, even, a 3DOF, single seat flight sim. United Airlines essentially has come out and said that they're done with the $50 million level D sims. And so you kind of have the racing market emerging, the flight market emerging, but it's coming down, right?
It's all coming down, because now you're seeing Moza and Simucube and Cube Controls and whoever else is out there. There's so many, right? Asetek, great partners of ours. But everyone's really starting to put in money into focus. And the other cool thing is when you talk about other money that's getting put in the industry. Look at Cadillac now, right, with F1. You got Audi and F1. They joined IMSA. Best Buy, for example, we work with Best Buy. A lot of people don't know this yet, but we kicked off a program. We started it at the beginning of 2025, where Best Buy is doing installs for us across the country. It started off as a pilot system, right? And it was in November of last year in 2025. It's now full-blown across the country, where most of our sims now are being installed in partnership with Best Buy. And the reason why that's important is because, okay, now you've got another multi-billion-dollar entity realizing what's going on with this, right? And the more that we see that, the more money that's getting pushed into this, the better everything will get at a better price, and it opens it up to the masses to where, like I talk to Angela at iRacing, for example, all the time, and the big initiative right now is let's get from people from sim racing to real racing, right? I mean, we have a track that's local to us right now where we have our, sorry, I'm babbling, going all over the place, but we have our iRacing League starting next month in June, right? The official series and all that kind of stuff. Well, what we're going to do is we're getting this local track of ours mapped and put into iRacing as well, and then they're going to start picking people out of our sessions and say, fly them over to the track and get them in the real cars with Skip Barbers, with Le Mans coaches that we know, right? With IMSA drivers that we know, and they're, I mean, it's, again, goosebumps, right? It's like so cool to see what's happening where people are taking people from sims and putting them into real life. So,
well, I have a personal story that's like that on the helicopter side.
Tell them this.
So
this is crazy.
So we built a really cool NASCAR rig for Cletus McFarland, and if you follow Cletus, you know he's getting into NASCAR. And so about a year ago, we reached out looking for a rig, and I was personally excited, big Cleat fan, and he's got my favorite helicopter, which is the MD500. And so we go down there to install it and set it up, had a good time, and he's like, dude, we got to get you up in the helicopter. I'm like, yeah, you do. And literally as I'm stepping in, he's like, I'm going to let you fly, but do you want me to give you any tips? And I was like, honestly, no. Because obviously he's going to be sitting in the first seat, you guarding the controls. I'm in the second seat, co-pilot seat. And so I was like, no, I want to see what I can self-teach on a sim. Again, thousands of hours on a helicopter sim specifically. And so he picks it up and just kind of shows us around the property and whatnot. And he's like, all right, I'm going to hand you the sticks. So I take the sticks. I mean, it is 1-to-1. I'm like, yeah, I've been here before. You know what I mean?
It's unreal.
So then, but the biggest thing with helicopters is hovering is very hard, right? You have a ton of stored inertia from the rotor that's trying to constantly, essentially kill you by spinning the helicopter out of control. You have the tail rotor, and so every time you move anything, you have to counteract it with anti-torque pedals. So he's like, let's do a hover test. So he has, it was on his racetrack, and he's got a big oval with a burnout pad, and so he essentially brings it over, sets it on the burnout pad, but you know, there's light poles like kind of where these pillars are. And in my mind, I'm like, dude, shouldn't we be in a field where I can't like drift in and hit a pole? So I'm already like kind of nervous. But I hovered it, and I struggled for about 20 seconds just by drifting and reset, and I essentially passed the hover test. And I said, Cleet, how did I do? And he's like, well, if 0 is crashing and burning, and 10 is like you're an expert pilot, like best in the world, and this is your first time flight, he's like, I gave you a 6.8. And again, it's not because I'm so good, but it goes to the sims, that you can really teach new skills that are meaningful on the simulators. And
Absolutely.
So, yep.
And then with driving, you know, again, Mackay, for example, that's on here right now, a GT3 driver and a coach for Stradale Radical, you know, these guys and us, like, we know very well what it's supposed to feel like on the track, right,
Yep.
with cars and on the sim. But when you're talking about the helicopter, another thing that's so cool is realize that we don't know anything about flight. Chandler spends a lot more time.
I know about flight, but we can't go get in the helicopter and test it.
And take off.
Yeah.
But what we did, instead of just saying, okay, well, we'll just guess, what we really try to hone in with our company is making sure that what we're delivering is as close to real as possible. And so when it comes to the flight sims, for example, we literally have the Night Stalkers, the 160th, coming into our facility all the time, getting onto our sims and helping us dial it in.
Yep.
One of them is actually retiring from service this year, and he's joining us full time to really make sure that we're dialing this in 1-to-1. We've had, at this point, easily hundreds of pilots on our sims and fine-tune this to where now when people get on it, they're like, no freaking way is this a sim that's like this.
And not only that, for us, when these pilots get on the sims, really the only thing we care about is what they didn't like. I mean, both Steve and I were like, glad you liked it, glad you like this. What did you hate?
Yeah.
What was not real? What felt delayed? What felt this and that? And so over the course of really the last, 2.5, 3 years, starting with our buddy Dave, who's an F-18 pilot, and we built the F-18 rig, is just understanding what can we get better at. Because, again, Steve and I can jump in a car any given day and be like, okay, this translates, right? We get a new Simucube pedal, and we're like, all right, this feels like this. This is perfect. We can't do that in flight, you know? We can't really do that with semi-trucks, but it's bringing in the right people.
So, really, I wish we could open this up to questions, but I won't be able to hear anybody because I'd love to get some back and forth with everyone. But really appreciate the time. Really thank you guys for being here. I think it's, again, super important that everyone's here, being a part of this, help driving this industry forward, because it's going to turn into something I think it's just going to be awesome.
It's cool. It's cool to see.
Cool.
Thank you
guys so much.
Yep.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Really sucking me into our Podium one. Great, I hope you enjoyed the show. Everybody, next up is going to be FIA. Coming up next with an update on everything FIA. So be sure to be back here at 12 o'clock. Thank you so much. See you then. Hi everybody, this is SimRacing Expo stage calling. My name is Matt, and I just want to let you know the next stage panel is coming up in 10 minutes at 12. We have an FIA update on everything that's new, so please feel free to grab a seat in front of the stage. In 10 minutes, we're going to be back with the next stage panel FIA update. See you then. Hey everybody, welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2026. My name is Matt, and I'm telling you, this one's fueled by D-Box. Thank you so much for having us and helping us. And I would love to welcome you for the next stage panel. Please come on over, grab a seat right in front of the stage. We have an FIA update coming up, so everybody, feel free to come on over, grab a seat, make yourself comfortable. Looking forward to having you here, and please welcome on stage FIA's head of esports, Mr. Eric Strane. Great to have you. Enjoy.
So, good day, everyone. First of all, I have a bit of a cough, so hopefully I don't make any of you deaf when I cough into the microphone. That should be fine. Like you said, my name is Eric Strane. I work with esports and sim racing at the FIA. So, for the next little bit, I have a couple of slides just to show you what we are doing, what our vision is of where sim racing can go, where it should go in our view, and what we think we can do to help make that happen and grow the industry, basically. So I have a couple of topics that I wanted to go through. First of all, hopefully you've all seen the ongoing FIA Esports Global Rally Tour that's currently ongoing. So I'll be going through a little bit of that, talking about the format, a little bit of key things to keep in mind. Qualifiers are ongoing, so that's something you can already have a look at, and just talk you through that initiative a little bit. Probably as well, many of you know, we have a really strong partnership with iRacing, so we have a little bit of an update on that, just to reiterate what it is that we do, and if you want to get into iRacing, we have a way that you can do that, so that's also something going for you. CFP is probably a term that you're not really sure what that stands for. Call for proposal is what that means, which basically means we're going to go to the industry and we're going to look for partners to help us run events in the future. So we have a process in place for that. That's going to be coming very, very soon, so I'm going to be walking you through that as well. Just a couple of general sporting developments that we've been working on ever since I did the same presentation and talked about the same things back in Dortmund in October of last year. So we're making good progress, but just as a bit of an update. And then to summarize everything off and round it off towards the very end. So, starting off with the FIA Esports Global Rally Tour. What we really wanted to do with this, we had one thing that we wanted to achieve when we designed the competition. We wanted to bring esports live on stage at the FIA Awards. If you don't know what that is, the FIA Awards is where all of the FIA champions of the year will go to at the end of each year and officially receive their FIA championship trophy and be declared as FIA champion at the end of the year. So we wanted to use that opportunity to put esports and sim racing in front of the entire FI world and the entire motorsport world as well. So that was really what was driving and how we came up with the concept that we have. A couple of different leading topics that we wanted to work, which, again, there's a couple of key things that esports and sim racing can do, which other disciplines of motorsport cannot. So we wanted to really utilize those as the best way we could for the purpose of the competition. So, of course, mass participation. Like I said, the online qualifiers are live right now. So anyone from anywhere around the world can join the online qualifiers and compete for a place within the competition. Motorsport is expensive. We all know that. But again, utilizing sim racing, utilizing esports, making it accessible and bringing it to people's homes means it's low barrier and high reach. So we can actually reach people who might not ever have been able to get involved with motorsport on an organized level, thanks to the power of being able to compete in esports and sim racing from home. Of course, this is a global event, like you just see in the title, Global Rally Tour. And as part of that, we have an on-site so-called regional shootout in every single region that we have to basically be a big part of the qualifying pathway from online to the finals at the FIA Awards. And like I said, at the end of the year, this all culminates with the final taking place during the FIA Awards in front of all of the FIA World Champions and the entire FIA industry, pretty much. So, starting off, the roadbook. This is kind of what we have going and the three main phases of the competition. As mentioned, again, online qualification are live. We just pushed it on our social media again because that ends on, well, Monday afternoon, local time here in Charlotte, midnight GMT between Monday and Tuesday. So it's still anyone's game for anyone to enter into the course of rally and be able to qualify for the next step of the competition. That is stage 2, or what we call the regional shootouts, where, like I said, each and every FI region across the world will host an on-site regional shootout for the top 8 drivers in the respective region, the exception being Europe, where we have 16, because it's twice as big as the other regions, pretty straightforward. And all of those drivers will be competing on-site to advance to the finals, where we'll bring the top 2 from each final. Again, Europe will bring 4 because it's twice as big. And so then that's what happens. We will bring the top from each region to the FI Awards in Shanghai in December of this year. We will be knocking it down from these 16 drivers that we'll have on site, 16 to 8 to 4 to 2. These final 2 will then be competing on stage during the FI Awards on the Saturday evening as part of the overall agenda. So again, just to reiterate, that's basically what it means. You have the dates here on screen as well. So the qualification is live right now, ends this coming, well, midnight between Monday and Tuesday, 24th to 25th of May. So anyone who has a Assetto Corsa Rally or wants to get it and qualify through the official leaderboard within the game should definitely do so. There is also a mandatory registration. There's a screenshot coming with that in a couple of slides, which you also have to go through to be eligible. And so, like I said, phase 1, online, phase 2, regional shootouts, and phase 3, the finals in Shanghai during the FI Awards. I think online qualification kind of summarizes that in itself. It's global, it's accessible, anyone can join from any time that they want. No restrictions in terms of licenses, number of attempts, whatever. You just go in and you drive as fast as you can. Pretty straightforward. Everything is locked except the setup, so there is still an aspect of setup development as part of the qualifiers, but after that, it's the skill that determines who progresses to the next level, right? So this is a screenshot that we took yesterday afternoon of the registration website. You have the link there at the bottom of the screen as well. So you can go in here and see exactly where you are in the overall leaderboard. You can filter it by region, you can filter it by country, and just see where you place overall. I'm sure these times have been bettered by this point, because this was, well, 12 hours ago at this point. So the times keep creeping down, so it's very impressive. I think we had the top 12 within a second or something over a 6+ minute stage, so it's competitive, definitely. Leading into the regional shootouts, as mentioned, on-site regional competitions. In fact, the European regional shootout will be taking place at the SimRacing Expo in Frankfurt in October of this year, so that's a reason to go visit that. And we have the other competitions taking place between June and October continuously to find the drivers who will qualify for phase 3. It's going to be local. We have our local vice presidents for sport at the FIA, as they're called, that will be leading all of these initiatives together with the host National Sporting Federation, that will be managing all of these and managing the qualifiers ahead of the finals. So it's going to be good. It's going to be cool. We have one event per region, so it's really the global in the name is really there for a reason. And then moving on, I know I said it before, but the final of this will be hosted in front of all the FI World Champions. That's really the key of what it is that we're trying to achieve and really put esports and sim racing on the map. So it's going to be integrated into the show. We'll have the 2 drivers come up on stage. We'll have 2 simulators on stage for them to compete in, and to see who wins. And the driver who wins will literally step out of their sim, take a step to the side, and receive their trophy. And that's never been done in the history of the FI in terms of a championship before. So it's definitely something unique, a lot on the line, but it's going to be very cool. So with that said, moving on to the second part, which going on to iRacing. So hopefully many of you know that we have a strong partnership with iRacing that we established back in 2023. So originally, this was around the FI Formula 4 brand that we owned, which is why now the FIA F4 car in iRacing is called the FIA F4, because of that partnership. At the end of last year, we expanded that to release the FI Cross car together with iRacing as well, which has been hugely successful too. So that has once again reiterated how happy we are to work with iRacing and continue doing all of that. Across the various official series that we run, which is 5 for F4, for example, we have over 160,000 drivers who have competed since we launched the program in May 2023. And to reiterate, if you don't already have an iRacing account, you can reach out to your local motorsport federation who have received free 12-month accounts from us, and then they will distribute these to users at their own specifications and pricing as they see fit, for you to receive 12 months of iRacing, including the Formula 4 car, which is normally paid. So we just did the numbers a couple of weeks ago, so we've now had 29,000 new accounts created thanks to that program, so we're really getting there. We have over 100 of our national sporting federations, as you can see at the bottom, that are actively participating in this initiative, so it's growing. We hope we might even be at 30,000 at this point already, but we're getting there slowly but surely, which is obviously really, really great to see. Moving on to this call for a proposal process. So, you may have noticed as well that in this I haven't really talked about past competitions, because honestly we haven't really had many. So that's what we're trying to change. We now have a sporting framework that works for what we are trying to achieve. So we know what we can do in terms of putting on events. However, we also know what our limitations are in terms of resources and manpower and budget and all that kind of stuff. And if you look around the room, I think it goes to show that sim racing is an active industry, and we know we need to work with the industry instead of against it to actually help it grow. So we have this in place, this call for proposal process that we will be launching during this month. So that's something to keep an eye out on FI.com channels, which will be published towards the end of this month. We're already there, but towards the last of the month, which we will basically putting out sort of like a tender document, which specifies all the requirements and all the specifics of how this, the championships that we envision will work. So then we will be making that publicly available to anyone to submit a proposal to us by the end of July. We will then take a couple of months to review all the proposals, maybe have some follow-up calls to get more information, and then to make a short list of the ones that we feel are feasible and we would like to continue entering further negotiations with. And then that will be towards the end of this year, and the target is that we can launch some of these already in 2027, obviously depending on what is necessary in terms of organization, events, venues, hardware, and so on. But the target is that we're already early in 2026, we have time to build something for 2027, and that's what we're trying to achieve. So you might be asking, how is that actually going to look like? So this is kind of what we have figured out on our side. So on the left, you have what we envision that the responsibilities will be from our partners. So anything that has to do with sponsorship, commercial, hardware, the venue, excuse me, equipment, all that kind of stuff, we will be basically licensing out for someone to take care of those on our behalf to operate the championship. We, as a governing body, will then maintain control of the sporting side, of the regulatory side, entry requirements, managing our internal stakeholders, and all that kind of stuff. But fundamentally, we need to work with somebody else and many other partners so that we can put on these championships, because we know we cannot do it by ourselves. In the esports department, there's me and my coordinator, and that's what we are. So we know we need to find more people to work with. So this is the fundamentals of how we envision these championships will work. So that hopefully gives you a bit of an understanding of what it is that we're trying to achieve with this. And once that goes out, you'll have my email address at the end here as well to reach out if I have any questions once the process is live. So moving towards the end then, sporting developments. Being an international governing body, this is what we do, this is what we are known for. So we have a couple of different topics that we've been focusing on over the last couple of months, since I last presented this progress in October of last year. The biggest thing that we have is what we'd like to call the FI International Esports Code. So for those of you who don't know, the FI has an overall governing framework called the International Sporting Code, which applies for all motorsport that the FI does. This has obviously been developed for real cars on a real track with marshals and all safety and all the kind of situations that you will have in a real-world motorsport event, many of which are applicable to esports and sim racing, but definitely not all of them. So we've worked to develop this standalone sporting framework specifically designed for esports and sim racing. It was announced then in January of last year, so currently it sits as an appendix to the International Sporting Code itself. And the target is that coming up now in June, we will have our Extraordinary General Assembly taking place in Macau. And we have put forward a proposal to transform this appendix into its own dedicated sporting code, which means that not only do we have a completely separated regulatory framework in terms of how events will be run, which in the case of esports is sometimes pretty advantageous, but it also leaves us flexible in the future for how we can design and operate championships in the 5% of cases where it doesn't exactly overlap with the way that the real world runs motorsport events. So it hasn't been approved yet. There is only a proposal for it, but hopefully that will be approved in June. And should it be approved, then we know we have more flexibility to work on in the future moving forwards. This slide I presented in October of last year, and you might be wondering, why am I showing this again? Well, this is what we had in mind back then and what we were working towards. So you see there's different levels of competitions. We hadn't really achieved, a fully sanctioned esports championship at the time, but that changed at the end of last year. So you see on the second slide, second line from the top, we have FI MENA Esports Championship. That was the first official, fully FI sanctioned SimRacing Championship we ever did, which took place in October of last year. So now it looks like this instead, where we have actually expanded just in that little, in the last slightly over 6 months to look like this. And at the very top, you see you have an Esports World Championship. That's the ultimate goal. It says 2027 because, should we get to a point where we actually receive proposals that we feel are structured enough to get to that point, that's where we want to go. We're a global governing body. We want to be able to get involved with the industry and help structure it. And being a sim racer myself, I mean, this is the ultimate target, right? So let's see what we get. But just in the last couple of months, the progress that we have made to actually be able to go to having fully sanctioned championships, it's a big step for us. It might not seem like it, but it's a big step. And we know we have more things coming up. The Rally Tour being one of them. We have another project and a competition we want to launch in a couple of weeks. So there's stuff going and coming all the time. So hopefully this will get more blue the next time I present this in Frankfurt. That would be the target. In terms of how do we actually want to structure this? Well, again, with us being an international governing body, we have our national sporting clubs. So this is exactly the same slide that we presented in the past, and that still stands. So we see that we can have this ladder starting from national, going to regional, even continental perhaps, into a global championship. Doesn't even have to be a world championship as long as something is global, like the Global Rally Tour. That falls into this. But this fundamentally is what we are trying to achieve, and to have this call for a proposal process in order so we can actually start checking off more of these levels and having more competitions run under our umbrella to help feed into the system. It will take time, we know that as well, but hopefully this process will be a stepping stone to be able to make steps into getting to that point. And who knows, maybe we have this presentation in a year again and we can say that we've done it. Let's see. Officials are naturally a big part of motorsport and how motorsport events are governed and run. So this is something that we know we have to stay on top of as well. So from our side, the regular kind of race control and race governance side of motorsport is pretty complex. But if you take esports and sim racing what it is, and you, as we all know, you don't need to have the same safety concerns, for example, which removes a lot of the risk, you can narrow down that quite a lot. So we're working mainly towards making sure that we have FI trained and certified race directors and stewards to make sure that our events will be run according to the regulatory frameworks that we have. So we're in the process of building this out. We are not quite there yet. It's something which we should have done maybe in the past, but we are targeting to have that done by the end of the year. So we have, again, a full ladder, which means that anyone who wants to get involved in the competitions on the organizational side can go through a training and get their race directors or stewards license, officials license with their respective federation and get involved with championships. There will be training involved, but again, that's just to make sure that we maintain the correct level of governance that's expected from the FI. So, to round off then, basically what we have here can be summarized into these 3 main points. Number 1, we know we have not had a lot of events. We want to change that. So hopefully this call for proposal process will put it on the map. We can get in touch with the industry and actually get proposals from how the industry sees that we can be involved in the global sanctioning of esports and making sure that it grows and continues. we have key sporting developments that we still have to make on our side, mainly the officials training side of things, but that, excuse me, but that is something that we are rolling out and will continue to grow throughout the rest of the year so that we are ready for when we have these championships, again, starting hopefully in 2027. And then we want to look at having new and diverse partnerships. So you may have seen we have obviously iRacing right here. We have Advanced SimRacing and D-Box just behind them over there, who are FI partners. But we want to grow that to have more and more competition. So the Rally Tour, obviously there we have a partnership with Kuno Simulazione, with Supernova Games and 505 Games to put that project in place. And that's exactly what we want to do to help grow and foster these partnerships so that we don't only lock ourselves into one thing, but actually make sure that we can get the entire industry and the community that falls with it. As mentioned, we have a different competition that's not quite ready to talk about publicly, but that's going to be on yet another game title. So we're working to try and expand further of what we already have and making sure that we can basically bring more competitions in a more varied format, geographical scope, type of motorsport as well for that matter, to the sim racing community, because hopefully that's something that can fill a void that is there today in our view. Lastly, this is quite a messy slide admittedly, but this is kind of how we see the vision of what esports should be. And I was looking through this when I was making the slides, and I was thinking I should probably put the ones that I feel like I've achieved in green so that it's clear which ones we're making progress towards. But I realized that then I'm going to make all of them green, because we're making sure that we're moving towards ticking off all of these boxes and making sure that we can have, you have championships, you have licenses, you have credibility, you have governance. All of these things are covered in here, and hopefully you agree with what I've been presenting with the last 20 minutes or so. That's the process that we are following, and we're following towards that same target in the end. So we'll keep ticking off these boxes. A lot of them can be expanded and built more in depth and make them more detailed. But as a vision, that's what we're trying to do, and I feel like we're doing a good job at checking off these boxes. So that was what I had. Thank you all very much for listening. I hope that was informative and gives you a little bit of a better picture of what we as an institution are trying to achieve. You have the email address on screen, so do you have questions, whatever, you can always reach out, and we monitor that email inbox. We will get back to you, don't worry about that. So thanks for listening. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thanks for having me on, and wish you all a very, very good day.
Eric Stranner, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Eric. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because in about 8 minutes' time, he's already here. Anthony Alfredo will be on stage with me talking about his career, what he's up to currently, a bit of sim racing. It's going to be a real fantastic chat. So anyone watching here live, you can have a little stretch if you want. Go get yourself a drink, and then we're ready for the main events. We'll see you very, very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box here, live in North Carolina, Charlotte. Hope you're doing well at home, hope you're doing well here in the convention center. Oh, what a day. It's really warm, by the way, with the lights. But we've got another guest coming on our stage, and I'm absolutely delighted to welcome a man currently plying his trade in the O'Reilly Series. He has over 200 starts in NASCAR, with nearly 50 Cup Series starts. But the most important stat, over 6,000 iRating. It's Anthony Alfredo.
Going.
How you doing, mate? You okay?
My mic working? Yeah, there we go.
Good.
Good to see you. See some familiar faces out here.
Take a seat. Well, first of all, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic to have you on stage here.
Absolutely. I was thrilled to be asked. I was certainly going to come out here regardless. Obviously, we're all passionate sim racers and have the SimRacing Expo here in North America for the very first time, let alone NASCAR's backyard on Coca-Cola 600 weekend is tremendous. So I brought my family with me, and we're all going to take a stroll around, check out some of the things and brands here that are representing. So it's going to be fun, but more importantly, glad to talk about sim to reality with you.
Absolutely. What do you think of this? Like, first time in North America for me, it's blowing my mind, and I've worked on it, but you know, first time you've probably seen something like this in America.
Absolutely. I've been jealous every year. I always see people going when it's been in Germany in the past and in Europe, and for me, A, I've never been able to go because of my NASCAR racing schedule, but B, it's a long trip across the pond. So to have it come here is huge. Sim racing's very, very large here in North America, and I feel like it's only grown over the past few years in particular. So to see all the people come together, all the different companies that are building rigs or providing equipment, or even as far as the simulation programs themselves representing here is really cool, just to see everyone come together and share a common interest.
Absolutely. So we're going to go through everything, to be honest. Sim racing, your career, what you're currently up to. We're going to start with this weekend. How are you feeling about the weekend? Obviously, it's one of the flagship races of the season for anybody.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Charlotte's one of my favorite intermediate racetracks we race on. So what makes it an intermediate track is basically anything over a mile. Anything under that's what we consider a short track. And then we have our super speedways like Daytona and Talladega, which we run restrictor plates on, or high speed, high intensity. But the intermediate tracks make up a vast majority of our schedules. And Charlotte in particular, the past few years, has provided some of the best racing we've seen on the circuit, just because of the character the track has. It's very rough, very bumpy. It's multi-groove, which means you can move around a lot and find speed. If your car's not handling the way you'd like it to, you have options to affect the balance of the car by running a different line, just like you would on the simulator, especially as the tires wear. So that's fun, because some tracks we go to, there's one optimal line, and if you don't hit it, you're getting past, and it's really hard to pass people when everyone's just running in a line, right? And there's dirty air and traffic. But at a place where you can move around and you can find clean air and you can make speed and adjust the handling of your car just by what you're doing behind the wheel is always what we love as drivers, whether it's on the sim or in real life. And Charlotte's certainly one of those tracks.
Without giving away your game plan, of course, where are the best places to set up a move? Where are the places you just can't do it?
Honestly, I feel like a lot of passes are set up in turns 1 and 2 here. It's actually got a lot of grip in 1 and 2, a lot more than you would think. But 3 and 4 is super low grip and extremely bumpy. It's actually the roughest of any track we compete at. So turns 1 and 2's got higher speed. You could build a little bit more momentum, ultimately set up your pass off of turn 2 down the backstretch and complete it in 3 and 4. And, we do see some passes set up off turn 4, but I think a lot of those are usually due to the car in front of you making a mistake and losing momentum. Ultimately, for you to set up the best passing opportunities seems to always be in turns 1 and 2.
And where can your fans cheer you on this weekend? And maybe some new people to NASCAR, where can they see you racing this weekend? What time?
Yeah, so we're going to be racing tomorrow afternoon, weather permitting. I think it's going to be good for us, thankfully. I'm not sure about practice and qualifying in the morning. Most of the time, our schedule, we would be practicing qualifying today on Friday before a race. But this weekend's a little bit different. We have the truck race tonight that hopefully you all will be able to watch. And then I'll be on track at 11 for practice and 12 for qualifying. The Cup Series goes on track for their practice and qualifying for Sunday's Coca-Cola 600, and then we race at 5 o'clock. So I believe I have that right. Yeah, so it'll be a lot of fun. It's going to be an exciting race. It's, like I said, one of the better ones of the year. 300 miles for us, 600 on Sunday for the Cup Series drivers. So we'll see how it goes.
I'm going to the truck race tonight, so I can't wait. Hopefully the weather sort of subsides. You just mentioned the lack of practice maybe this weekend. Would that favour someone like yourself, or not so much?
So this is people are always surprised when I say this. I enjoy not having practice or qualifying. So us at Viking Motorsports, we're a new team in the series, especially this 96 car in particular, and my group of guys. And I feel like we do a really good job going into a race without track time. And the reason for that is, for me personally, as a sim racer, I've logged so many laps on the simulator. I feel like I know my visuals and I'm very comfortable at the track when we unload off the truck. But what often happens is those larger teams that have a greater budget and more resources, the more track time they give you, often the further ahead they get. So when you all go into it essentially blind, it kind of helps level the playing field. And the only hard part is without qualifying, you're stuck with starting based on the metric, which fortunately for us, I think I'd start still in the top 15, which is solid. I do believe we could probably qualify a little better than that tomorrow if we get the opportunity. But when the race starts and guys are kind of getting their bearings or making mistakes and sliding around, I always feel like I have an advantage. And I can gain a lot of track position early because I just fire off with a little more pace and comfortability.
Absolutely. Well, we asked for quite a lot of information from you over the course of the last month or so. And you have raced in the three main pillars, let's say, of NASCAR. Which one's been your favorite across all of those, and which one was maybe the more challenging, and what are the differences between the three cars?
Yeah, well, first off, obviously the ultimate goal is to be a NASCAR Cup Series champion. So racing on Sundays is where I strive to be, but being competitive in the two series or levels prior to that is critical. So I did race a few Truck Series races in 2019 part-time. Since then, I've raced mainly in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, but honestly, I feel like from a fan perspective and a driver perspective, we put on some of the best racing in NASCAR right now. The NASCAR Cup Series has a new generation of car they came out with a few years ago now, and this track actually is probably one of the most exciting ones for the shows it puts on, but for whatever reason, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series car, like you see here on the screen, that's one of my favorite paint schemes I've ever run. The car is just the perfect stock car for NASCAR style racing. It's low downforce, which means the car doesn't make a lot of grip aerodynamically. You're slipping and sliding. Plus, it has a lot of horsepower. So you're spinning the tires. You got an egg between your shoe and the gas pedal. I always tell people, and you're trying not to crack that egg. That's how ginger you have to be on your inputs. And that's what we all want. That's really fun. It's essentially what the Cup car used to be 5 or 6 years ago. But that's the ultimate goal, right, is to be at the highest level. And the Cup Series car is very different. I have driven it and competed in it multiple times. This year I actually filled in for Hendrick Motorsports and Alex Bowman at Phoenix Raceway in the number 48 car. And that was a whole new experience for me. It's not only so different than these cars, but it's almost like everything you know about stock car racing is the opposite in those things. So it's very challenging to adjust and kind of get into a rhythm for sure, especially when it comes to traffic and dirty air, because aerodynamically they're way different.
Absolutely. Well, my favorite out of the three on iRacing is the trucks. They're just so fun to drive, but when you lose it, right? It's kind of done. It's hard to save those cars there. For you, when you go from iRacing, let's say, to the real cars, what are the biggest similarities? What are the biggest differences for you?
Yeah, that's a great question. So honestly, the biggest similarities, obviously, for anyone is the visuals, right? They do such a great job with making not only the graphics look good, but the actual landmarks. So the signage and the colors of the walls and the painted lines on the racetrack. The tracks are three-dimensionally scanned, so every bump, seam, and transition is exactly like it feels in real life. And I'm looking at your shirt, the SimRacing Expo is powered by D-Box. I have a D-Box haptic system on my SimSeats driving simulator at home, so I actually pick up all those subtle cues while driving. And Charlotte, as I mentioned, is super rough, right? So when I can be on my simulator and feel all those bumps and where some of the bigger ones are, smaller ones, and how it affects the car, and maybe what trajectory you want to cross them at, D-Box certainly helps me do that. So tomorrow when I'm on track, there are no surprises, right? It's a legitimate training tool. It also just makes iRacing really fun, but it's certainly a game changer for preparation. And then just some of the differences are sometimes the weather, the time of day, the grip level on the track, you know, that's always changing, and that's a moving target on both the sim and in real life.
Do you know what? I'm from Europe, as you can probably hear, and the amount of people will be like, oh, oval racing is just turning left. Like, they clearly haven't tried it. Like, thank God we don't have to run in the rain ever on iRacing with the oval as well, because that would just be an absolute nightmare. But yeah, the trials and tribulations you go through of bumps, you're right, the painted lines are just so different, and the different lines you can take. At some point, the high line will be the fastest, and then it will be the slowest. It's like such a crazy nuance of sim racing. If you haven't tried it before, you have to go out there and try it. Let's talk about, so just trying to make sure we get onto the right picture. So the check here, $100,000, which you picked up yourself here. The Dash for Cash initiative. Talk us through what that is, and I'm assuming it's one of the biggest achievements you've ever had. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, certainly as far as my real-life racing career, that's one of the biggest accomplishments to date was winning the Dash for Cash bonus at Dover Motor Speedway, where we actually just raced there last weekend. In that race, I finished 9th. Our 96 team finished 10th there last week, which was a great day. But the way this works is in the NASCAR Rally Auto Parts Series, they would have the top 4 finishers qualify for the Dash for Cash bonus the following week. So only 4 drivers are eligible now. Of those 4, the highest finisher wins the bonus. And they do that for 4 races in a row. So the next race is the next 4, but in each one, if you are one of the 4, you don't necessarily have to win the race, you just have to be the highest finisher. And in this case, we did that with a top 10 finish, and it surprised a lot of people. The week prior, we had finished 3rd at Talladega Superspeedway, which qualified us for it. And we went into it as the underdog and ultimately came out on top. So that was really rewarding and very special, and a moment I'll never forget.
You don't have to answer this, but what was the first unnecessary purchase from that win?
Well, that's honestly, for our race team, we were probably buying another race car just to try to be more competitive. But yeah, taking my guys to dinner and spending time together and being able to do something cool for them and give them a little bit something at the end of the year for all their hard work, that certainly allowed me to do that, because without them, I'm not able to go out there and compete at a high level, right? So it's cool to have that moment to share with the team, and everybody gets something from it. And then as a race team, especially a smaller organization, that money's can make a huge difference in your performance. Whereas some of the larger teams, that might not scratch the surface, but when you're talking about whether or not you could buy all the tires on a race weekend or pay for a lease motor one race and things of that nature, this is essential.
I can imagine it wasn't a very dry dinner that you had that evening. So let's talk a little bit about sim racing then. So you've sent us a picture of your sim rig there, which is just super cool to look at. I'll let you talk us through all of the components there.
Yeah, so this is a turnkey SimSeats driving simulator. It's equipped with a D-Box haptic system, as I mentioned, so you can see one of those 4 actuators on that back corner facing you. But that's their newest system. Really cool. You can adjust it to whatever settings you like. So for me, having settings that I think are ultimately the most realistic and most immersive are important for me. I got a really cool Sim Dash Hub display, MPI steering wheel, exactly like the one I use in the real car. And then I've got a ton of Logitech G equipment, as you can tell. I got the mic, the headset, mouse, keyboard, wheels and pedals, sound system, lights, because for when I was streaming, which I unfortunately don't have the time to do as frequently as I used to, but they hooked me up with everything I needed to essentially broadcast in a pretty high quality manner and produce good content. So I've got all I need right there, but the biggest thing for me is the triple monitors. I have raced with like a single curve monitor, but I feel that the triple, those are 3 32-inch curve monitors, and they give me the most immersion, the most peripheral vision, and when I'm in the car with the lights off, I feel like I'm actually in my race car. The 4th monitor on top I added so that when I was live streaming and stuff, I could see the Twitch chat or see like the iRacing UI in the background and like sign up for another race, stuff like that without interfering with any of my in-sim visuals.
This is cool because sometimes I'll speak to a racing driver and they've got all the pictures and they've got all this gear and it's very clear they should be handed it. They don't really use it. It's very obvious that that's not the case with you. My God. But what is your history in sim racing? Let's just talk a little bit about it. We've got some accolades written down here, but where did it start? Where did you think, let's get involved in a sim rig?
Yeah, so for me, my racing journey in general has been very different than most. I grew up a big race fan because of my parents. They were going to races long before my siblings and I were born. And then when we grew up, we were going to the go-kart track, like the rental go-karts. That was my start in racing. So when people always ask me, like, the 2 easiest ways to get into racing are sim racing, and you don't even have to invest very heavily. Like, my first ever setup was a Logitech G27 wheel pedal set on my desk. So it didn't even start like this. It did kind of grow into this eventually. But you don't need this to get started. I have friends of mine that have won world championships in eNASCAR on that same setup. And that and going to the go-kart track was kind of how I got my feet wet. And when I started pursuing racing professionally and knew that's what I wanted to do for a living, I had to find a way to get caught up because I was 15 when I got into a legend car. And then ultimately a late model stock car. So a lot of people had been racing since they were 5 or 6, and even though I raced some rental kart stuff, I took 5 or 6 years off to play kind of stick and ball sports and things of that nature, and that's when I realized this was my true passion. And I had built my first gaming PC when I was 12 or 13 for all sorts of video games, right? Well, when I discovered sim racing, I'm like, man, this is the best way to develop racecraft without going to the racetrack. Like, it's hard to always pay for travel, tires, fuel, and risk tearing up a race car when you can literally have a reset button and turn as many laps as you want in your own home at your convenience and in basically any type of race car at any track around the world. That's the beauty in iRacing, is you can make yourself a very well-rounded or diverse driver because of all the different racing disciplines it has. So that's really what got me into it, and then that played a pivotal role in my real on-track career.
Well, unlike Parker, who listed 1,700 races in his achievements, the 12:10 on the 5th of April, you've listed some really big races, especially during the pandemic. There was, this is when sim racing really boomed, especially with esports. But you were a Pro Invitational winner in 2020, Saturday Night Thunder winner in 2020 as well, winner at Dover on iRacing, only driver to qualify for every invitational during 2020, 2021. Also a 2024 eNASCAR International Series champion. You have over 6K iRacing. Like, you are genuinely a sim racer, and a top tier one at that. But talk us through some of those achievements and the hard work that went behind that.
Yeah, they were all really fun events, and I'm sure many could relate during the pandemic when there wasn't much else to do, and it was kind of a scary time. You didn't know if you could go out or what you could or couldn't do. That's when I really started up my Twitch channel, with streaming a lot. So,
by the way, how wild is that, thinking about it now?
Yeah, well, so I race in a lot of different leagues at that time, plus any official stuff I was doing just for fun. But there was days where I'd race 8 to 12 hours a day, and I was streaming the entire time because we were shut down from our actual on-track racing. So kept my skills fresh, kept me, honed in, still developing some level of racecraft. So when we went back racing, I was prepared for it. But more importantly, I was able to build a community, which was really special and really fun, to just grow my Twitch channel, my social media, and engage with people through iRacing, race with people around the world that it wasn't even about whether or not they were familiar with me or NASCAR. It was just sim racing and having fun together. And that was that Saturday Night Thunder win with eNASCAR. I tested and practiced a lot for all of those events, I'm not going to lie, but there was no time for anything else, so it was time well spent. But they had the eNASCAR Pro Invitational Series, and at the time, I was part-time in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and I wasn't guaranteed into any of the races. So I had to run the heat race, qualify, and then run a heat race and finish in the top 2 or 3 in every heat, or win a heat, I can't remember exactly, to qualify for each race. And there was, at one point, there was like 30 or 40 drivers trying to make these races with the Cup Series drivers, between truck and Xfinity it was at the time. And I was the only one that qualified for every single one of those Pro Invitational events until they eventually made it exclusive for Cup Series drivers. So that was really cool, really fun, and then to finally win one was exciting. And then the International Series that D-Box sponsored a couple years ago, we had like a doubleheader event. We ran the LA Coliseum track, and then we ran a road course race, and I won the Coliseum race and finished second on the road course and won that mini championship, so to speak. So a lot of fun memories on there for sure. But it's always a good time when you can go on there and just kind of grind a bit and get into a rhythm with a car and track combo you're going to race against other talented people at, and ultimately broadcast it or stream it, live, so people can see it all unfold in real time.
Oh, there's a lot of people watching back then as well, right? And it still is, especially eNASCAR. What was, in your eyes, your greatest achievement in sim racing?
Probably that win. I feel like just because of the time spent and the hustle that it was over those like 7 or 8 weeks that we were running those. I think the coolest part was for sim racing as an industry was we put on the first ever live televised broadcasted esports event. So out of all esports, not even just sim racing. So we raced on Fox, on iRacing at Homestead in the Cup car. And that first event was really special. And then from there, it kind of just built some really cool momentum. Like there weren't any real sports going on during the pandemic. And we unfortunately weren't able to race, but we had the unique opportunity to put on a virtual version of what you watch on TV every week. So it looks almost the same, and everyone was having a lot of fun with it. So it was an interesting time in life, but for sim racing, I felt like it was certainly a lot of fun.
It was amazing. So the first round, there was people that clearly didn't care or didn't get it yet, and then by round 2, instantly you just saw the whole grid just close right up, and everyone was taking it seriously.
Yeah.
Bar a couple, I guess, but for the most part, everybody was taking it seriously.
Yeah, I think that was just the competitive spirit we all have. Is some guys got on there and were like, I'll just log in an hour before the race, burn a couple laps, and have fun. And then there was a lot of us that were full on, like sweating, practicing for days or weeks leading up to the race and learning every trick in the book to qualify well and race well and the strategy. And I think the ones that were a little more casual about it got frustrated getting beat up on that first week, and then by the second or third race, it was like everyone was putting in a ton of effort, and you just saw the true competition, right? Of it was like whoever could put the most time in did the best, and that's how it still is in the eNASCAR series and the other global esports competitions we have, on iRacing or any of the other sims for that matter.
Well, you see drivers now who gain sponsorship via that championship. Now still have them on their car today, and it would never have happened, right, if they didn't take it seriously.
Absolutely.
Let's talk. Let's bring up. What's your best car tracking combo?
Favorite car and track combo?
Let's go oval first.
Oval.
Then we'll go road, and why?
Okay. On iRacing or real life?
Oh yeah, I didn't even think that far ahead.
All right. Well, I think
we should swap places
honestly,
at this point.
So it might be the same for oval racing. The NASCAR Raleigh Auto Parts car at Dover is probably my favorite on iRacing, as we see here, for obvious reasons. But no, it's just super fun. It's just really fast, a lot of character. The coolest part about Dover is you drop 3 stories off the straightaway down into the banking. So 30 feet, you plummet into the corner because the turns are built into the ground and the straightaways are above grade. So it's unlike a lot of other tracks where you drive up into the banking. It's a sensation you don't feel at any other racetrack in real life, and I feel like iRacing you can get a sense of what that's like. So that's probably my favorite there. I know on iRacing I love the Cup Series car, the next gen at Watkins Glen, and I think in real life that might be my favorite road course, if not probably Sonoma Raceway. But I have yet to race a Cup car on a road course yet in real life, so I haven't been able to put that test to the theory. I just know I have thoroughly enjoyed it on the sim.
Watkins Glen is the greatest track of all time. It's the only track, it's magic, but as soon as I get there, I'm good. Rubbish everywhere else. Watkins Glen, I don't know what it is about that place. Before we wrap up, I would love to discuss eNASCAR, and maybe you take a step back from it and go, what opportunities is it creating for other people that are trying to maybe get to where you are, or maybe become an engineer, or other sort of opportunities job-wise within the industry?
I think the coolest part is we've actually seen now not only drivers like myself use the sim to help their on-track career. Parker, Rajah, William, myself, there's a lot of us that have a background in sim racing, if not essentially started their career on the sim. But even drivers from the eNASCAR series are racing or working in the sport as an engineer, as you mentioned, and setup analyst. And that all comes because on iRacing, you can look at telemetry and data and build setups and learn about some of the general physics that go into competing in real life, because the sim is built with utilizing real life physics, and they get a lot of feedback from our teams on how to make it better and more realistic. So ultimately everyone gets the most realistic experience and the best product possible. But the cool result of that is the fact that people now are able to literally transition into the real world with some level of knowledge. So even myself personally, I'm the full-time simulator test driver for Hendrick Motorsport, so I test every possible setup and every possible adjustment on each one of those packages for all 4 of their teams, the 5, 9, 24, and 48. And the way that actually came about was in 2020, before I was racing in the National Series full-time, I built Chad Knaus his simulator, and it was exactly like mine. And it was pre-pandemic. During the pandemic, I proceeded to build a lot more with sim seats for Jimmy Johnson, John Hunter Nemechek. We built quite a few rigs in about a month. But when I built Chad's rig, he didn't even know who I was or that I raced in real life. So he just asked me what I did, and I said, I build simulators on the side. I'm trying to be a NASCAR driver. Like, that's my ultimate dream. And he remembered that conversation. This is kind of in life, you never know who you meet or like that leave a good first impression, right? I didn't realize I was networking at the time, but I guess I was, because 5 years later, he calls me and says, hey, I know, you've done a lot of sim racing, but you also race in real life, and not a lot of people know like the small nuances between the two. And he said, we're looking, with the limited track time we have now on the real schedule, we're looking to do a lot more simulator testing. And at the time, it was sort of like part-time, because we were developing the sim and making it more realistic, and there was a lot of correlation to be done. But fast forward 4 years later, I'm still doing it. I'm full-time, and I'm their reserve driver on Sunday in real life. So it's pretty incredible that opportunity came literally from me iRacing. It didn't necessarily have to do with my real-life racing career. It was just the fact that he knew I was into sim racing and had a lot of experience, and now they trust me to help point them in a direction with whatever setup or they have on any of their 4 cars when they go to the racetrack, for better or for worse.
That could not have been a better answer. I want to say thank you so much for your time. I wish you the very best of luck this weekend. I will be cheering you on, of course, as well as many other people from the SimRacing Expo. We're going to be back very shortly after some messages from our partners, where we'll be hearing from Operation Motorsport, who are putting veterans into sim racing and to motorsports.
Hi everybody, welcome back in front of the stage of the SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte, fueled by D-Box. My name is Matthias and I happily like you to come on over, grab a seat because we have the next stage panel coming up. And it's going to be everything about Operation Motorsport, talking all things veterans getting into motorsport and sim racing. Please welcome on stage Tiffany Lauder, Executive Director of Operation Motorsport, US Army Navy veteran Richard Davenport, and US Army veteran Johnny Salada. Hello guys, great to have you here. Yeah, please have a seat. Hey there. Woo! I will take my seat over here. Wow. I love it. Like a late show. Are you doing good?
Like the late show, exactly.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's a little bouncy.
You feeling comfortable?
I'm good. Thank you.
Very good. So, yeah, let's dive right into it. Firstly, great to have you here, Tiffany. Operation Motorsport. Please tell us more about this fantastic organization.
Thank you. So, my name is Tiffany Lauder. I'm the Executive Director and co-founder of Operation Motorsport. I'm also a 35-year military spouse, and both of my boys currently serve in the Canadian Armed Forces. So what we do with our programs is very personal to me. We started Operation Motorsport in 2017. So first, my husband served 35 years as the senior parachute rigger for the Canadian Armed Forces, and he knew long before that he was retiring that he needed to find something. You know, being in that kind of a high-pressure environment for that many years, when you get out, you have to have something to do. So we started an event management company that worked with IMSA, and we do sports car event management. So that's sort of like Rolex 24, Le Mans, that kind of racing. And we discovered that the similarities between motorsports and being in the military, final exercise, being deployed were so similar that was one of the reasons that we started Operation Motorsport. So we started in 2017. It's never what you think it's going to be when you first start. It was just really small, and we had some really grandiose ideas. And our first program was basically motorsport immersion. So we work with medically releasing service members or anybody that's a wounded veteran that has a Department of Veterans Affairs disability rating, and anybody in Canada that has one from Veterans Affairs Canada. So we work with them to put them in the motorsport immersion program in race teams. They use their transferable skills, or they learn a new skill, and it gives them back that identity that they've lost, or their sense of team that they lose when they retire through no fault of their own. Yeah. So that program was going really, really well for us for probably 4 or 5 years, and then COVID. And we had to do the hard pivot like everybody else. So out of COVID was born the eMotorsport League, because we didn't want to lose that community that we'd worked so hard to build for them, and being isolated is one of the worst things that you can do for your mental health. So we started up that. These guys have worked really hard over the last couple of years. We are now just completed our season 12, have gone through all different kinds of iterations of it. It's different because they're able to support each other and give back that community that they've lost before. They don't always see each other in person, but I'm really proud of what you guys have done and how you've built this, and they work really hard. So I should say, I forgot to say thank you for having us.
Thank you for being here.
They're
honestly.
so excited to be here. It was like little kids. They had to have an adult come keep supervision. So yeah, thanks.
That's just beautiful. We see you over here. Can you tell us a little bit more about the picture maybe?
Where's that one?
That's a Daytona.
Okay. Is that the Rolex 24?
That was the Rolex.
So the picture before was me signing the start-finish line. It's your tradition. If you get to go to the Rolex 24, everybody, if you have a chance, grab a Sharpie and just sign it. Sign whatever you want. And we all do it. Sign Opmo, Opmum. I've done it for years. I put my dad's name on there because he always wanted to go to the Rolex. So it's just tradition. Then that's a couple of guys. You can see Richard, Chance, Nolan, who's with one of the teams, and a couple of the other guys in the background. It's just, we're a family, right? It's the community that we build.
That's wonderful.
Thanks.
I think it's beautiful. You've said you see real change in the participants you see go through the programs. Can you share a few stories about that maybe?
Yeah, I'm going to pick on you. So Johnny's very quiet. He always was quiet to begin with. And there's another fellow, Casey, who's over in our booth, who would tell you, I always smile on the outside. I always look like I'm happy, but after going through the program, I really am happy inside. And I can see that in Johnny. He was sort of happy, a little bit cautious about what we do, but this is his second season with the program, and now he stepped forward and is looking out for his brothers and sisters. Like, he's trying to create that community. He's trying to look out for people. He's trying to reach those that are out there that still don't know anything about us. So that's the change I've seen in him. For me, for Richard, it was he wants to do more, and he's gone from being this photographer to I want to do video, and maybe I want to do marketing. So let's try this. So he's just more curious, I think, is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that a little later as well, obviously with you guys. So looking forward to that. First of all, thank you, Tiffany, for introducing everything. Maybe let's get to Richard. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, sir?
That's beautiful. Very good as well. Can you tell us how you found this community and how it's changed you?
Yeah, so I actually found Operation Motorsport. So I'm gonna tell on myself a little bit. I got into motorsport because I would work from home and I would turn on stuff as background, like distraction, while I worked. And I started watching Drive to Survive. And so that got me into F1, which then got me deeper into motorsport. And then right about the time that process started, a guy that I actually served in Afghanistan with, named Mike Bancor, who's part of the program, posted that he got accepted into Operation Motorsport.
Yes.
And I was like, oh, what is this? So I just Googled what the program was, sent an application, and then I stayed in touch with Tiffany on Instagram, and
relentless.
Here we are.
He was relentless.
So
Beautiful.
that's how I found the program.
It's fantastic. What kind of feedback have you gotten from veterans who race in your league as well, maybe?
Well, our league, I like to say it's a forward momentum league, so we're all about building each other up. So a lot of the feedback we get is that, A, they're appreciative that we have a community to where they can stay in touch with each other, because we can't be at a racetrack every day. And the sim racing community is the way for us to stay in touch with each other, and we're online and we're joking with each other and giving each other, all kinds of grief over different things. So that's primarily the feedback we get, is that it's a positive place that people can come to and stay connected with their veteran communities.
Beautiful. That's really nice. You already mentioned like the word family, kind of somehow becoming friends or like getting to know each other even better. How would you describe the racing in your league?
Oh, the racing in our league is, well, the league, we're not meant to be a league that's like super competitive. So it's fun racing. We have a good time. We joke and laugh. You get a bunch of veterans together and you tell a lot of stories or jokes that you can't necessarily say publicly.
Fantastic.
We rag on each other, but it's a league where we have a good time, but like I said, it's forward momentum. So we build each other up, and even outside of the sim racing league, if someone needs help, there's a whole group of people there who are willing to support each other.
Yeah, fantastic. Sounds really good. We all know sim racing is like about growing and improving skills and stuff. So also building your setup, how has that progression gone for you?
Oh, so at first I had a controller and I was like, I'm going to try this. And I was like, well, this isn't the way to go about it. And then I was in a Twitch chat and some guy was like, I'll give you a wheel if you can get to Atlanta, Georgia. So I drove from Nashville to Atlanta, Georgia, which is not a short drive. And I got a Logitech G923, brand new in the box.
Everybody knows that. Yeah, perfect.
And so I started with it. There's a meme going around right now on Instagram that says somebody will try to convince you not to spend $1,000 on sim racing, but you should do it because that $2,000 would be the best $10,000 you ever spent. And that's kind of how it's gone for me. I just built things piece by piece as I could afford it.
Fantastic. The picture is really nice.
Yep, that's from Veterans Race for Remembrance last year at BIR. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I understand you help run the league's marketing efforts and are pursuing a motorsports marketing degree from the University of Northwestern Ohio. Is that right?
That's correct.
Really cool. Very, very nice. It sounds like Operation Motorsport has really changed your life in some ways. Where would you like to see the Operation E Motorsport League go?
Well, when we were in the paddock, we say, oh, we'd like to have a veteran on every team, but I would like to have every veteran who's interested in sim racing come be a part of our league. I would like to have to run 20 sessions, 100 whatever we need to do. Like, I would like to see it grow because there's a lot of veterans involved in sim racing, and I was really bad about self-isolation, like Tiffany talked about at the beginning, and now I have a community that I can depend on, and I would just like to extend that same opportunity that I've had to other veterans who may not realize it's there for them.
That is so nice, honestly. We already heard a partnership with Trophy AI about, like you mentioned. Can you tell us more about that, maybe?
Yeah. So if you're not familiar with Trophy AI, it's a system that'll help coach you through individual tracks. So it's a really good tool, especially it's good for if you're a beginner and you don't know a track. It'll help you learn the track. But if you're sitting there and you're like, well, I don't know where these tints are disappearing at when you're trying to turn a lap, it can help you with your brake markers or your turning points, throttle inputs, all of that. And it'll just basically, you get in there, you turn it on. It has a thing called Mansell AI, and it'll just talk to you while you're driving. It'll say, oh, you're braking 10 meters too early or 20% too hard. So it's a really valuable tool, and I'm grateful that we have that opportunity to use it in the program.
Sounds perfect. Really, really nice. Johnny, coming over to you. Like, we have the next picture. Let's maybe have a look.
Yeah.
There you go, man. Really nice. You've had a very busy year. I see you compete in the Operation E Motorsport League and are also embedded with Jabak Simpson Motorsport in the IMSA paddock. Can you tell us how you found this community and how it's changed you, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. I found Operation Motorsport at the worst time of my life. I had been out for about a year and a half from the military, and you know, this program it brings you back to life. I had pretty much given up at the point where Opmo found me. It was in a Twitch chat of all things that that I found out about Operation Motorsport, SimRacing. You know, and I applied. I got involved with the immersion side. Started last year with CSM, basically just doing basic tire stuff. You know, any of the basic race car maintenance that they needed. I impressed them enough that this year I am now fueling the number 2 car. So we just we picked up a podium here at Laguna Seca. We got second place, and I was a crucial part of that stop, being the fueler. We gained 6 positions during our pit stop, so that was huge for me in my recovery. This program has 100% changed my life. My family sees it, my friends see it. Obviously, Tiffany has seen it. From where I was 2 years ago to now is a 110% change in my life. I'm happier. I can openly talk to people. I'm smiling a lot more. Yeah. And 2 years ago, I wouldn't leave my house. So, you know, this program works.
It's just so heartwarming to hear that. Honestly, I find it an amazing effort everybody does, and what you're experiencing is so nice, honestly. Wow, just amazing. Let's have a look at the second picture, maybe. Yeah. There you are, smiling, actually, right? Very, very nice. Just getting out of the car there, or what is it?
So this was after, this might be Road Atlanta. I think Road Atlanta, yeah. So we had finished well. I think we were in the top 5 after this race. Our team is young, so we're you know, constantly developing in that, and you know, constantly setting the bar higher and higher. And this was just, you know, a candid moment that they caught of me in true happiness that, you know, I found something that I truly love that I can excel at and move my life forward with, you know.
Yeah, okay. What's your favorite track to race on virtually and in person?
Oh, I'd have to say VIR. You know, not just, we have a good partnership with Virginia International, but for me, it has a little bit of everything. You know, the curbing, your elevation changes. It has a little bit of everything you could want in sports car racing on a track. So, you know, to go out there and turn laps it's just heaven. You know.
Okay, perfect. So maybe let's get into it a bit further. Like, what's your top racing moment so far? Can you like think of one moment which was really, really special?
Yeah. So. When I got into sim racing, I found a SimSport team, Echelon SimSport, and they've also been a huge part of my recovery. The person that founded it is also a veteran. So I raced the Sebring last year with them in LMP2 in second split, and we got third place. So that, I mean, by far the highest I've ever achieved in iRacing. given my I rating. So it was extremely proud moment for me.
Okay, that sounds just amazing. I'm kind of jealous. Tell us about your, like talking sim racing, tell us about your dream setup. What would be your absolute dream setup?
Dream setup, I think I ran one over there earlier yesterday. You know, the full motion, the belt tensioners. I have a pretty nice, I've got a track racer rig at home with triples in that, so I've got a decent setup. But I mean, motion haptics, it's a complete game changer, guys. Be sure to try that stuff out later.
Like that thing over there? That moving thing over there? Is that
the moving thing over there?
Talking about this one.
Yeah. So if you, like maybe the three of you or the two of you could like just walk around and pick up maybe everything you like, where would you go first? You definitely to the motion rig?
Yeah, probably right with Podium or Fanatec. They've got it going on here this weekend. It's extremely impressive. It's nothing like what I have at home. You know, probably nothing about it's not very attainable for me, but it's, you know, to get to come here and experience that and at least just test it out. I mean, this is amazing.
We also like enjoy it so much to be here, and like everybody like with those smiling faces around. It's just like so heartwarming, and yeah, really, it gives me in person, it gives me a lot back, like from all the effort we put in. It's really nice, and seeing you now here, so nice. Before you met Tiffany and the folks at Operation Motorsport, could you have imagined yourself where you are now?
No, I honestly, I don't even like to think about it. This program has changed me that much. I don't know. My original plan when I got out of the military was to train working dogs and work with canines, and that fell through. And I latched onto racing, and I've been a rocket ever since.
Just a crazy ride, beautiful. Guys, I'm pretty much at the end of my questions, but if you guys want to add anything or tell anybody anything, like this is your moment, please feel free to share.
Richard?
Just to echo what Johnny said, everybody's here having fun, so I don't want to be too depressing, but like over the past year, I had a lot of personal issues, and I can tell you firsthand that like I wouldn't be here talking to you today without this program. I would be a statistic. And that's straight honesty from the heart. So if you're looking for a cause that you want to support, whether you're a veteran or not, I can't think of any better program than Operation Motorsport. Like Johnny said, it's changed my life, it's changed his life, and every veteran you talk to that's a beneficiary of the program will tell you the same thing. It's just an incredible program that takes you to places you never thought possible.
Appreciate it a lot. Tiffany as well.
I would encourage everybody to find something that gives them purpose. I mean, that was for me, that's what I learned from all of the guys and the girls that have gone through the program. But I had a little aha moment 2 years ago with my mom. I mean, of all things, she didn't have a purpose anymore. She had nothing. She ended up moving in with us. We built a house, but she found a job at 80 years old of dog sitting. So she dog sits Monday to Friday from 11 to 1. But she has a purpose. She has to get up. She has to get to leave the house. She has to look after something. And this little dog needs her. And for me, that was like, I got it. I actually understood it for the rest of the world, how that relates to what these guys miss. I mean, I watched my husband go through it. 35 years, this was your job, this is what you had to do, you had to be here, and then you're like, done. Now what? You have to, we all have to have a purpose. So I guess I would encourage everybody to find something, find an organization that you can give back to if you want, and look after each other. Because we only have one go around, so we all have to take care of each other. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. In all honesty, I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here, sharing your stories, and like being open for everybody. Operation Motorsport is the name. Feel free to contact, right?
Yep.
Tiffany, Richard, Johnny, thank you so much for being here. Next up on stage is none other than former eNASCAR Coke Series driver and current O'Reilly's driver Parker Retzlaff. It's going to be at 1:30. Thank you guys again.
Thank you.
Warm hand of applause, of course. And see you back on stage in a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box here in Charlotte, North Carolina. I hope I find you well at home. Hope I find you well here in the convention center. But I am absolutely delighted to welcome our next guest up onto stage, who's driven in ARCA. He's driven the trucks, he's driven in the National Series, and of course, a Cup Series appearances, and plenty too. He's also won 1,700 iRacing races, which he was very, very happy to tell me. It's Parker Retzlaff.
How are you?
There we go, it's working. Take a seat, man. Take a seat.
How are you guys?
I think they're okay, yeah, they're all good.
How are you?
I'm wonderful, mate. It's very warm up here. I'm a large human, so heat is not my friend.
I'm always cold, so we can turn the heat up even more.
Might have to have a cuddle later on then. It's Charlotte weekend, right? You know, you must be feeling pretty good, pretty excited, but, you know, what do you think of the SimRacing Expo? First time we've come to America.
It's my first time here. It's a really cool experience. I'm hoping to walk around a little bit after this, and I guess I've never been to something like this. It's really cool to see some people that I knew, you know, a couple of years ago when I was, you know, racing in the Pro Series and everything like that, but now it's just, it's cool to see this in Charlotte.
Absolutely, and of course you will be racing this weekend. Where can people find you? You know, what should they be cheering on? What does the car look like? Everything. Give us all the info.
Yeah, we're you know, driving the Viking Motorsports 99. We have Freebird water on the car this week, so that'll be pretty cool. We you know, we've had a good start to the season. We have, you know, had some bad weeks that go just, I guess, really bad. So other than that, just happy to be here for Charlotte weekend. Everything's close. It's kind of a big family event for the NASCAR garage with, you know, everyone that doesn't travel can come because they're kind of close to everything going on. And then, you know, everyone just, you know, thinking about everyone involved in the Kyle Busch situation, the Busch family.
Yeah, of course. Our thoughts go out to his family. Let's talk about the track itself. 1.5 mile, right? It's a mid-length track. Does that suit your driving style?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've been good and had some good speed this year at the intermediate mile and a half. So the last one we went to was Texas. We finished 5th and ran up around there all day. So happy to get back to Charlotte and just see everyone again. We had a horrible weekend last weekend in Dover and crashed 10 laps into the race. So ready to just get a new restart and show up this weekend.
Yeah, that is the trouble with real world motorsport, right? There's no reset button. Once the car's done, the car is absolutely done. But you are someone who's steeped in history when it comes to sim racing. You know, when I mentioned 1,700 iRacing race wins, that is quite legitimately how many race wins you have. Ridiculous. You have genuinely gone from eNASCAR into the real thing. Just talk us through a little bit about your history. We'll go a little bit more in depth after that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I started iRacing when I was 9 years old in 2013. So I feel like I was pretty early to the whole iRacing thing, and I got into it because I was big into off-road racing, and Mitchell DeYoung was, you know, someone that off-road raced when I was growing up, and I watched him, and I seen him talking about it one time, and you know, I looked into it, and I started racing at a desk when I was 9 years old. So it became something that I did every single night, and I've kind of, I guess, slowed down now with being full-time and just, you know, being on the road as much as I am, but it's still something I really enjoy, and especially through COVID and everything, I did races every single night of the week for probably 7 months. I raced every single night, and then you know, I made a run at pro for 1 year, and then I kind of got out of it when I went full time in real life.
It's a crazy name to bring up, Mitchell DeYoung. So history, he's like the opposite to you. He's gone from, he was in Rallycross, right? He was working with Project Cars on their physics in 2016, many years ago. That's when I first came across him. And he's now gone on to be, you know, one of the best of all time when it comes to sim racing. Whereas you've kind of gone from being exceptionally good at sim racing to now making your way, maybe being one of the greatest of all time, right, when all is said and done in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, I knew him when he was really young, and he raced off-road like before, I guess, he was big into the sim racing. So I think I first met him probably when I was 7 years old or something, probably. Wow. And I grew up around a lot of off-road racing, so that was, you know, kind of the cool part. He was the one who got me into it.
So obviously, with your steep history in sim racing to now driving a real car, I've mentioned it 100 times already. How did you leverage your achievements and your pace into the real cars?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is like the Ponzi car that I raced through all my pro stuff. They were the ones sponsoring me to kind of race locally and race some ARCA stuff when COVID happened, and I just went fully into the COVID stuff. I raced everything I could that was broadcasted with, you know, kind of the same cars that I raced in real life, and kind of just tried to keep putting their names out there through COVID since I couldn't do anything in person, and just tried to you know, do as much as I could to push my sponsors and partners I had at the time when we all kind of got locked down through COVID. So it helped me a lot to just kind of keep everything rolling once we got back going racing, and they did my first couple, you know, NASCAR Top 3 Series races.
So you just mentioned keeping sponsors happy and, you know, just put yourself out there. We just spoke to Anthony merely an hour ago talking about how some of the drivers, or I mentioned, some of the drivers weren't taking it as seriously during that period. And maybe people like yourself who really just sort of showcased your professionalism were given opportunities because of that.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as COVID happened, I guess it kind of fell into my, you know, my area, because I was already sim racing a lot and everyone was, you know, coming to it. It was really the only thing we could do. So I raced a lot. There was a lot of like drivers series that they were doing, and I raced a lot of those. I was trying to get into like the, you know, Cup Series one that they were doing at that time, or Top 3 Series one they were doing at that time, and then they made it to just Cup drivers when they were putting it on TV and everything. So overall, I think that sim racing helped me a lot, actually, of the sponsor side of it and the partner side of it for, you know, keeping everything going for my racing when everything happened.
Yeah, when I was doing my research on your sim racing, I may have come across a couple of Reddit threads of Parker Retzlaff was very aggressively racing me, and he really gave me a sense of what it was like to make it to the big time. So you know, treat the sim as you would in the real car.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think that you can do the hosted race. I think that's a good part of it. There's official races and a, you know, rating and stuff like that, but there's also a hosted, like, fun side of it that everyone can. I think you can all find something that you can do or enjoy. Like, you don't always have to make it super serious or always, you know, super, I guess, as kind of a mess or a joke. So, you know, there's kind of something you can always do and find and enjoy. So I think that's the good part about sim racing, is it doesn't, you know, there's a cost to it, but it doesn't cost as much as if you reckon in real life. But also, you know, you can do official races that mean a lot, or, you know, host race with your friends and you just kind of mess around.
I've just done very quick maths in my head. So 1,700 wins. You start when you were 9. You're 22 now. So that is a race win almost every 3 days, which is quite ridiculous. But obviously you have days off. How many races were you doing in a day when you were really into it?
Oh, when I was really into it, I was probably, I was doing, it's bad to say, I was probably doing 8 hours a day minimum at the peak of my racing a lot. So, I was racing a lot, probably more than I should have. I was not sleeping very much and just doing a lot of racing, but it was something I really enjoyed. It was a lot of fun, you know, with my friends. And then I cared a lot about making the Coke Series and just being able to say that I did it and tried to compete at it. So I won, I think, 4 Road to Pro Top Split races in a pro race. So I would have loved to win a Coke race. I never did it. I probably won't ever do it, just not having the time to try and do it again. Or, you know, I think I'm a little out of my, I guess, prime to try and compete at the level with those guys. So, but I'm happy with what I've done so far in my, you know, sim racing career, and I still just do it for fun now.
22 years old and you're already out of your prime. I'm in trouble here. I'm in serious trouble.
Yeah, if I come back sometimes and race with the guys who race at the top level of or especially people who win the Coke Series races now, and realize that I either need to spend a lot more time to get back better, or, you know, just accept defeat, I guess, and just stay doing with what I'm focused on right now.
Well, to get to the top end of real-world motorsport is obviously very difficult in itself. It's a completely different challenge to sim racing, I would say, someone who's not done either. But in sim racing, the top percentage, or the top, say, 100 drivers are so much closer in terms of pace than the top 100 drivers in real life, right?
Yeah, I think the problem, or not the issue, the problem, but the thing is with sim racing is you can just do it as much as you have time for, or you can make time for. So everyone ends up just pushing everything to the extreme of it. Like, I mean, in racing right now, we're doing 50-minute practices. So you just, you kind of got to go back to what you know and the experience you have. And I know from experience when I was, doing the Pro Series stuff, like, I mean, I was doing, 2,000, 3,000 laps a week. So you spend a lot of time and you get everything perfectly down to where every single little mistake at the Coke Series or Pro level, it hurts a lot more because everyone is that much closer.
Yeah, 100%. And again, you just said you get a 50-minute practice session in the real car, and that's just, for argument's sake, a Thursday morning. That's the time slot. Whereas at home, if you've got a sim race, you can go 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, I'm awake. I'm just going to go and do some laps, right?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You got 50. Usually we do it on, like, tomorrow. We'll do it on Saturday morning. You have 50 minutes to figure out where you're at and how your car is, and then try and make it better before you race in 3 hours time from then. So that's the big thing with sim racing is you kind of know where you're going in the future or your schedule, and you can kind of just spend, usually when I was in there, you had 2 weeks between each race. So there's a lot of time in those 2 weeks to prepare and get everything exactly how you want it.
This, for me, is one of the most impressive things you'll ever find in sim racing. A pro license. You must be the highest rated in real life driver to have ever got a pro license as well, right? Is there anyone who's gone above that? You?
Me and Caden Honeycutt, who raced in the Truck Series, are the only two right now that have had one. I think Josh Berry had one years ago, but I don't know that it was during the peak of iRacing, like Pro Series stuff. And actually, the funny part is me and Honeycutt were teammates during Pro when we did the Pro World Championship stuff.
He just requalified, right, as well?
I think so. I think they're practicing qualifying today.
I think Christian's over there. I think Caden got back in, right, to eNASCAR? Caden? He got back into the eNASCAR? Okay. It's still pretty good.
I raced one race at Homestead. I didn't even make top split, so that was a good. The funny part is, like, I didn't make top split. My iRating has decreased significantly since I made my pro run. When I made my pro run, I was #1 in every Pro Series top split race, and then I raced this week, and my iRating is down 2,800 from what my peak was. Wow. And I didn't even make top split. So it's crazy how everything changes over a few years.
Yeah, well, Rajah, he won a split 2 race in the qualifying series as well. So it's nice to see some of the boys still going out there and doing their racing.
I did not win. I finished 33rd on the wrong pit strategy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. It's all good. So you got yourself a pro license, but let's talk about the rig in quotation marks that you were using, because many people believe that to get to the top end of sim racing, you need to have the elite rig. You don't even have a rig.
No, I completely race on a desk and a chair. I guess I can't really say an office chair because I have a very nice chair, but I raced on a desk and a chair, and when I made my Pro Series run, I raced on a G27 and G27 pedals, and I loved it, and it broke, so I went and switched to the Logitech G Pro, a little bit upgraded wheel.
Nice.
And Fanatec pedals.
Do you think if you went out and got the top of the range gear that it would get you to that next level?
I think it makes a little difference. I don't think that you're just going to see a night and day difference for buying all the stuff. Like, I felt like when I made my run, if I would have bought better pedals, a better wheel, that I would have seen a little bit of a gain, just to, I guess, I think if you feel like you're a top 20 Coke Series driver, you might see a little bit of a gain from having stuff like that, but I don't think it's stopping anyone from fully making Pro Series or winning, contender races.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Talent will always outweigh equipment.
I mean, I think it's all just time and I think there's a lot of stuff you can learn from just doing official races. Like, it's all the lapse in time, and that's the biggest thing is like everyone has, you know, like I said before, you have time to practice, and it's just if you have the time to put in to try and be a Pro Series driver and compete with those guys.
And something that is in my notes here, you mentioned that you were trying to get into all of the broadcasted races during COVID. What do you think of the product these days when you're watching on a Tuesday night?
Yeah, I mean, I actually like to tune into the races if I'm not doing some sort of sim stuff or anything like that. So I really like the broadcasting. I enjoy, you know, watching the races. I enjoy, you know, some of the people that were during my Pro Series run are still doing it. So I like to show up to those races and just, you know, root for those guys. So the guy who literally led my whole entire Pro Series run is now a Coke Series driver. So
that's cool, man. That's cool. Well, let's go into your real-life racing. So 2024 racing for Jordan Anderson Racing. I believe the car pops up on screen there like by magic. 2 pole position awards in 2024. You had some pace.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of pace, but I would say 2024 is probably, you know, I'm okay with admitting this, that it was probably my worst year from a, you know, I guess I had a lot of speed, but from a mental side of it, not being able to just, you know, fully hit the reset. Like we started out really good, and then we had some bad weeks, and I just let it kind of keep going and not be able to reset. And I feel like I pushed really hard to try and make it better or you know, make up for what I had lost in weeks prior, and you know, it probably made it worse. So that was my biggest thing coming into this year, was knowing that when something bad happens, you completely forget about it and just try and have another good week. So Dover last week, like I said, was horrible. We crashed, probably the worst we've shown up this year with speed, just kind of missed it. And then you crashed really early in the race just because we broke an axle seal actually and started in the back. So, you know, kind of just put ourselves in a bad position and you know, get involved in something that, you know, we didn't necessarily cause, but you just got to completely forget about it. It's in the past, and just show up to Charlotte and try and redo what we've done the rest of the year.
Absolutely. And I've spoken to so many racing drivers in my career, and the bad times define them. You know, when the good times come, it's because of what they've learned from those bad times. So what could you take from 2024? You say it wasn't the most impressive year, but surely you could have grasped something from it.
I mean, the biggest thing I took was that, you know, just like I said, just in 2024, I pushed really hard to try and make the issues we had better, or you know, try and make up for what I had lost, you know, say a week before that. And it just kind of starts compounding of you're trying to just push super hard to make up for all that stuff, and I think you can end up just pushing too hard or pushing, you know, stuff too far, and you end up just making more mistakes or putting yourself in a bigger hole. So that's been my biggest thing, is like this year with Viking, it's been the best opportunity I've ever been in, and they've been a big support to me, but it's also just being able to just, you know, admit when you're wrong or what mistakes you made and just completely restart before the week's over. As soon as our Monday morning meetings are over right now, it's you know, it's fully on to the next week for me right now.
So you go to 2025, you go with Alpha Prime Racing. Again, you took 2024, threw it in a bin, but kept a few things in your head to, you know, maybe improve yourself. How did that go for you?
Yeah, I mean, 2025 was it wasn't a great year. It was a situation of, you know, not the biggest money team in the garage, but just people that are really trying. So I respect Tommy and everything that he does over there a lot, and he just doesn't have the money or the backing that they need to run up front. And you know, we had some really good races, and we also had some races that we just, you know, didn't have the speed or the, you know, equipment that we needed. So that was my biggest thing with coming to Viking this year, is it's a lot of new stuff, and they're putting the people and equipment in place like we need. And I think that it's showing up for me and Anthony that when stuff goes right, we can be a top 10 team. And I think that coming into the year with my crew chief Danny, I told them all that I felt like we needed to be a playoff team, and right now we're doing that.
So you're 22 years old, right? You know,
23. My birthday was yesterday.
Oh, of course it was actually. Happy birthday for yesterday.
Thank you.
Say happy birthday, guys. There
Thank
we go.
you.
You'd have to sing the whole song.
after 21, I don't really. My opinion doesn't really matter. So.
Yeah, you're a fossil now. Yeah, it's too late. But yeah, still 23 years old, still very much learning your craft. You know, trying to push towards goals that will happen in the future. So mistakes are going to happen, right? And
yeah, I mean,
as long as you've got the right people around you to accept that and sort of point you in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm not a person who feels like I've mastered anything at all. So that was my biggest thing coming to Viking. I told them basically my first couple of days, like, I'm not coming in here telling you guys that I know perfectly what I need to be doing. So they've changed a lot of stuff that I did or started doing for the experience they have. My spotter's been a big help. He spots for Cindric on the Cup side and Penske. So he's been a big help to me from the film and stuff I need to do throughout the week side of it. And overall, I think that's been the biggest help is like they've just done a really good job of putting the right people people in place of what we need to do and giving me and Anthony, who's just up here, the best opportunity to put ourselves in the best position.
So people who've worked for those big organizations you just mentioned, Cindric, Penske, are they giving the same information but maybe a bit more efficiently?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone does it differently. I just think Viking has done the best for being from the professional side, they've done the best for me of giving me the information, giving me the resources, giving me the help, and rather it's just on racing stuff or stuff I should do throughout the week or any of that stuff. I think they've done the best job of putting me in the right direction and giving me the most guidance. Like there's just a lot of stuff that you can do better, even if you feel like you're at the top. You can always learn something.
Let's talk about your career in its entirety. So, of course, you've raced ARCA, you've raced trucks, you've raced in the Xfinity/O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and you've also got a couple of starts in a Cup Series car. Which has been the most fun? Which has been the most challenging? And does it become more fun the higher you go up, or does the pressure then outweigh the challenge?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I first started Xfinity or O'Reilly racing now, it was very, I guess, stressful and nervous, and now I have no stress with it. So I think it just comes with experience of knowing where you're at and everything. So, I did the Cup race in 2024 at Richmond, and then the one at Daytona, and in that moment I was really nervous to do that. So I think it all just kind of is with where you're at and how comfortable you are in the situation. So I think my favorite still right now is probably what we're doing now in O'Reilly Racing, and I really like my team I'm at right now and all the guys I have around me. Some of them I've worked with in the past, and then some of them are new to me, but we have a really fun group and just spend a lot of time messing with each other if we're not at the racetrack being serious.
So when you were racing during the pandemic, you must have had some goals, and some of them you probably already ticked off the list. What goals do you have, and which ones have you already accomplished?
Yeah, I mean, I think during the pandemic, I didn't know what I was going to do. I was just racing ARCA races, and I wasn't racing as much as I would have liked. I was only racing probably 5 to 8 times a year in the ARCA series, just with the money and everything that it costs to do it. And then I got a chance in 2022 to go Xfinity racing at that time for 8 races, and I took that opportunity with Ponzi and all them that I had at that time, and then Funkaway, who's been my biggest supporter, kind of came on, and I met all those guys, and they were willing to help me and try and help me reach my goals that I had of being a full-time NASCAR driver, and they've been backing me since then of 2022. So they've been basically with me my whole career in NASCAR racing, and they've been the biggest support of me in my NASCAR career.
Excellent. Well, I've just been given 3 minutes hurry up in my ear, so I want to go through some of your greatest achievements. So I've got written here Rowdy Super Series champion, Grand National champion, and of course you managed to race in the Daytona 400, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, in a Cup Series car. Talk us through those achievements, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Cup race was a big thing for me. I ended up finishing 7th in it, but I was 2nd or 3rd, the top 5 there on the last lap of it, just trying to go for it. But from the iRacing side of it, I mean, I just, like I said earlier, I won, I think I won 4, you might have it. I think I won 4 or 5 Road to Pro Top Split races, and then 1 pro race when we were doing like the 3 split series at Phoenix in the O'Reilly car, and then I didn't win anything in Coke, but I had 1 year of doing it, and then just kind of gave it up. But I'm very happy with what I've done in my sim racing career, and just trying to be involved in any way I can now.
To be honest, mate, no one else has forged a career in a real life car that's made it to eNASCAR. Like, you are the pioneer right now, so congratulations, mate.
Thank you, and it's just, like I said, I think it's been really cool. I think iRacing and sim racing was a big help of my career, so I still enjoy it. I don't race as much as I probably wish I could still, but just still don't feel like I'm where I need to be on the real life side of it to start taking time off of that stuff.
Fair play. Well, thank you so much for your time. I wish you the best of luck this weekend. We'll all be cheering you on. Let's hear it for Parker Retzlaff.
Thank you, guys.
So yeah, to that, guys, we'll be back very, very shortly after some messages from our partners where we'll hear all about iRacing and iRacing Studios from Kevin Bobbitt.
All right, SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte. Fueled by D-Box is getting into the next stage panel. Welcome everybody, nice to have you here. We are heading into the panel about iRacing. I'm delighted to welcome Kevin Bobbitt, Vice President Marketing Communications at iRacing right here on stage. Please give a warm hand of applause. Where is he? Over there.
Hello, my friend.
Great to have you here,
Good
mate.
to see you again.
Have a seat, please. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's awesome to have this show here in Charlotte.
That's
really
fantastic.
cool. Really cool.
Yes.
Wow, what a crowd.
Isn't it nice? Great to have you all here. It's very fantastic. It would be like kind of lonely without you, to be honest. So before we head into the main topics, let's take a look at some footage from iRacing, maybe. Are we going? Oh yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of exciting stuff there. Love those. I really love them. So good. Woo! Beautiful. You brought some friends, I saw. You want to say hi?
I got a fan club. Hi, guys.
Beautiful.
We'll do autographs later.
So. Perfect. Yeah, we just saw lots of exciting stuff in the video. What are your favorite parts about iRacing?
Well, I think that video shows it. It showcases a lot of our special events, which are pretty unique to iRacing. We put a lot of hard work into them, and it's quite a variety of things, right? We Indy 500, Daytona 500, Daytona 24. The list goes on, right? And it's something that's pretty unique to iRacing to put on a community event that big. So
yeah, beautiful, just awesome. Okay, let's get into iRacing Studios and iRacing. It's been quite a while since iRacing Studios made that announcement, and several titles have been released in the meantime. So it's very important to emphasize that these two are different companies. Please explain a little bit more in detail, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we're all part of iRacing, right? iRacing is our company. That's where we get our paychecks, right? But iRacing Studios, the brand, is really designed to help separate the two things, because we were in a unique position where our company name was the same as our product, right? So we needed to separate that, who's making what, this sort of thing. So iRacing Studios hopefully helps clarify that it's an iRacing product, but it is not iRacing itself, right? So we're not trying to replicate iRacing on the consoles. We're trying to build some other games that are maybe a bit more casual, hopefully introduce people to the world of sim racing. Maybe start at iRacing Arcade, which is very casual, very easy to play, great for young people, old people too. I love it. Work your way up through some of the more console games like NASCAR 25 or NASCAR 26 that's coming out later this year. The IndyCar product that we're working on, which are more serious but still console based, still a game. Simcade maybe. And then hopefully some people will say, hey, what's the next level? What's a little bit more serious? And they'll find iRacing. So that's the plan.
Sounds very good to me. In what ways has iRacing separation from the studio side of thing helped you focus better within iRacing?
Well, there's all kinds of things there's lots of overlap, right? So if you look at track assets or car assets, a lot of those can be shared between various properties. For NASCAR 25, an example is that we wanted to make sure all the tracks were updated for NASCAR 25 so that they were the most accurate they could be. And all that work also then made its way into iRacing, right? So we could kind of get a 2-for-1 bang out of that, the effort we put into that, right? The investment. So it makes it easier. And so I tell people, even if you didn't you're not a NASCAR 25 player, you're an iRacing NASCAR player, you still got benefits from that game because we probably accelerated when we would have built or redone those tracks.
Yeah, one can see that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's discuss all things special events. What are the goals of special events, like as you see them here?
Yeah, we do. I think we have 32 special events this year. The goal is to have the best community events we can possibly have, right? So we do pro-level esports. We have the Coca-Cola series. We do PESC with Porsche, any number of those. As you know, those are limited to the best of the best, right? So maybe there's 40, 50 drivers in there. It takes, and doesn't take anything away from that, but it is a limited thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
The special events are for the community. And if you're in split 1 or if you're in split 32, they're equally as important to us, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which split you're in. And it's just, they're so important that the manufacturers like them, the partners, whether it's NASCAR, IMSA, whoever that puts on the real world event, we get support from them. And it helps our community get closer to real world motorsports, which is what iRacing is all about.
Yeah, is that already, or what has been the biggest impact on sim racing because of iRacing special events?
What's the biggest impact?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, just the fact that you can have that many people racing. I think we have numbers on a next slide or something, but 20, 30,000 people competing in an event is pretty unheard of, right, in a racing event. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Who did it? Say. Yeah, maybe most of them. Those are special and official partnerships. Let's talk about some of your personal favorite races on the calendar. Which partnerships are you most proud of?
Well, that's a tricky one too. We're proud of all of our partnerships.
Obviously, of course.
NASCAR, one of the biggest, longest partnership we probably had. 15, 16 years, so long I can't remember.
Yeah.
And it's only grown into a true partnership, right? It's not just a licensing deal where we put the NASCAR bars on it. We work hand in hand with them. IMSA's a great partner, really expanded what they're doing in the esports space, and they seem to be community focused as well. But all of them, because all of the partnerships sort of reach different markets, right? So whether you're a stock car driver or a sports car driver, we probably have something that lines up with what you're interested in. You know, I like to think iRacing is really 5 titles in one with the various types of racing we offer, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get into the special event numbers. You have so many participants, as you just said, like in these special events. Let's talk through some of the numbers. What have you learned over the years because of those numbers?
What have we learned? We've learned that they're really hard to put on, right? So if you've been around iRacing a long time, I'm not afraid to admit, we had some challenges early on. It is a huge undertaking to make these things happen. It is all hands on deck when we do a special event. You know, I'm on the marketing side and promoting it, trying to get people involved, but our IT teams, everybody's involved in it. You know, we have, a Slack channel dedicated to it. You know, Saturday mornings when the peak things go, everybody's, talking, making sure things are, we're checking timing, how long does it take to load. But it really takes a lot of people, a lot of effort to make them happen. I feel like we've gotten to a good spot now where they're very consistent. I think the unfortunate thing is I don't think that members probably know how much work goes into it or how much we care about it. If something goes wrong, we care about it more than the competitors. So we really take it personally.
Okay, I think the community appreciates it much. Like honestly,
I hope they do. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
we love it. Yeah.
So over there the numbers are there.
Yeah, the numbers are up there. I can't see them on this screen. So but yeah, Daytona consistently is our #1 special event in terms of participation. It's a team event. It's a 24-hour race, obviously. It's also the first race of the season, as everybody knows, the first real big race. So I think there's added excitement to that. I think the track is approachable too. The Nürburgring is a huge event, but that a little bit scarier to get involved in that maybe. But we just had our Nürburgring 24, which was great. My personal favorite is Sebring, and that's because it's 12 hours, so it's a little less of a commitment. And I like to tell people that I did actually win that once, about 10 years ago. Not top split, but I think we were like 11th split or something, and we won our class. So it's we made trophies to celebrate. So
Yeah, that sounds amazing. That would have been my next question. Have you won any special events? So it was that
one. That's the only one I've won. I've crashed out of many. That's for sure. And I've limped home in some. That's the only one I've even been close to winning. So.
Well, we can ask around. Anybody else just won a special event here? Over there. Just recently or a few years ago? You?
What'd you win?
2 years ago. Congratulations,
That's impressive.
Mate. Really
That's
nice.
really impressive.
Nice. So, see, it's great to have like the super nice and really good drivers over here at the fair as well. How do you like it so far?
The show's been great. I mean, it's bigger and more exciting than I actually I didn't know what to expect, but you get here and...
Same over here, first time in the US?
Yeah, I've been going to the expo in Germany for whenever it started, 2014, something like that.
Yeah.
So you didn't know what to expect here, but this is great. It's a great turnout. I hope everybody's enjoying it, getting to drive. I mean, there's multiple titles. There's amazing hardware. There are so many great manufacturers here. You should try them all and see what suits you and maybe go home and order something online.
Yeah, exactly. Find your best sim rig over here.
Yeah.
It's perfect place to do that. We appreciate you being here so much. You cannot imagine, honestly. It's just crazy. Okay, iRacing Studios. So iRacing Studios was announced last year. Could you explain a bit more in detail what it is and what it means?
Yeah, I think we kind of touched on that earlier, right? It's just to separate iRacing, the product, from the other titles that we make. And it was important to keep iRacing in that branding because the DNA of the other games that we make is iRacing, right?
Yeah.
So there's some crossover on people, there's crossover on assets, but fundamentally we want to build games or sims. We have the same philosophy. We want them as realistic as possible. Now, that doesn't mean we're trying to make NASCAR 26 like iRacing. iRacing's there, and we're not trying to replicate that, but we want it to be the most authentic console experience you've ever had. And that's true for the IndyCar game that we're working on, the World of Outlaw games that we built. We think that having iRacing in the studio's name helps tell that story, that it really is part of the family.
Beautiful. One question that just popped up in my mind is,
sure.
I do racing in my free time, this is what you do as a job, probably. So what do you do in your free time then? Do you also race, or do you have a life?
I don't race. I was a track day guy for a while, but not actual racing. There's some autocrossing.
Okay.
I play some golf, not very well.
Perfect. That's really cool.
Yeah, those sorts of things. I'm a car guy, so for years I worked on pit crews and things like that in IMSA. So motorsports is pretty much intertwined into my life.
Yeah, perfect.
Which is true for probably most of the people that work for iRacing. Everybody's got some tie back to motorsports, and I think that shows in the products.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Okay, let's go on into iRacing Studios games. Here are some of the new titles on screen. Let's take a look and talk a little about them, especially the highly anticipated IndyCar game, maybe.
Yeah, so I think everybody here probably has heard of iRacing, hopefully, but I'm happy to answer questions after. NASCAR 25 came out in the fall. We're working on NASCAR 26. I don't have a new logo to show, that's why we put that one there, but that's on track. iRacing Arcade, which is our most casual game, is available on Steam, and it's coming to consoles this summer, so that's the next big release. Console, we're going to add some content, some cars and tracks. And one of the most requested features is split screen, which you can actually check out in our booth. You can run up to 4 players on one screen, which sounds basic and simple, but this game was made for that. It's so fun to race your friends or family or kids or whoever. It's the type of game that's perfect for that. So, what else? World of Outlaws, we've built a couple of versions of that. And the IndyCar game, which we announced, we acquired the license for that. I think we probably announced that about a year ago. So that'll be a console-based game, right? Designed for console. It won't be iRacing. It'll be in the theme of how NASCAR 25 works. We're well into development. Things are going great. We're driving cars on track. All the things that you would expect to do in the normal progression of development.
Yeah.
We're not quite ready to show it to the public, but it is progressing great. And we're sharing information with IndyCar, working with the teams. You'll find the paints from the teams and the drivers, all those sorts of things. So we're excited for that, towards the end of this year.
Not only you, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Anybody else? Maybe? Yeah, over there as well. So, you scratched it already, but what does the future hold for iRacing and iRacing Studios? Will be my last question. So.
Well, we'll continue the NASCAR franchise, NASCAR 25 and beyond. That's the plan for the IndyCar franchise as well. Arcade, I don't know what we're going to do with that. We'll continue supporting it. We could do DLC. I don't know that we've made that decision, but it's going well, so that's certainly a possibility. And of course, iRacing is a ever-evolving product, right? We launched in 2008, so that's a long time ago.
Definitely.
But if you were a player in 2008 and you're still playing iRacing, it's nothing like it was then, right? I mean, other than the logo hasn't changed. It's evolved. We do our quarterly updates. We have one in a couple of weeks, and that's everything from new content, cars, tracks, features, physics updates, tire updates, all of that. We've never stopped developing that. It's our core product. It means the most to us. We're not going to stop working really hard to make it better, both with features, realism, content. There are several pieces of content coming in the June build, which is in a couple of weeks. Can't quite announce them yet. I was hoping to, but we have to wait for a couple of more signatures on the contracts. But there'll be plenty of new content, so people should be excited for that.
I think so too. Perfect. Kevin Bobbitt, you're going to be around for a few moments?
I'll be in the booth all weekend, so come by and say hi.
So this is SimRacing Expo and what it's all about, meeting like the heads and the people behind all over the place. Everybody's welcome to join you at the booth, right?
Absolutely. Come on by.
Anything you want to add?
Just thanks for coming to the expo. I mean, it's really cool to have the support. It's great for the community. Having all the manufacturers, multiple titles here, it's just good for this. Like, the more people we get involved in sim racing or console racing, the better for all of us, right? There'll be more hardware manufacturers. There'll be more titles that come out. It's just good. It's good to see the momentum.
I definitely agree on that. Thank you so much, Kevin Bobbitt, here on stage for iRacing. Next up on stage will be Simucube with the Simucube 3 Ultimate Wheelbase in just a few minutes. Thank you for your appreciation.
commodity, but discipline is a choice. The path is narrow. Thousands will enter the Rise Challenge. Only 100 will survive the first cut. No technical games, no hidden fees, just pure racing. Honor is not given, it is forged. Will you stand apart? Rise among the 25. Register today. Tradition overnight. You earn it.
The Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race.
It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever.
It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600, an American tradition.
gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box. In a minute, we are going to have Antti Virta, lead designer of the Simucube 3, on stage to talk you through the technology behind the unbelievable wheelbase that they've just produced. So that's in 10 minutes time, or 9 minutes now, 9 minutes time. So if you want to hear all about the Simucube Ultimate 3, head over to the stage. Thank you. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box here in Charlotte, North Carolina. For my next guest, it's all about the Simucube 3 Ultimate Wheelbase, one of the most hotly anticipated bits of sim racing equipment in the world. And to teach you all about it, we've got Antiverta.
Hey.
Have fun.
Thank you. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Like mentioned, I'm Antiverta, and I'm lead designer of Simucube 3. But today I'm here to tell you the story behind the Simucube 3 Ultimate and what it actually takes to reach the last 1%. I can already tell you that it takes a lot, but that's how we here at the Simucube are. We want to push ourselves and be the absolute pinnacle in the things we do. A few years back, we already knew when the Simucube 3 project was going, is that 99% of our users will be completely satisfied with our sport and the pro models. But 99 is not 100. What would the wheelbase be for the last % of the drivers? Those are the drivers who notice even the smallest but most meaningful pieces of information in the force feedback. Let me give you an example of what I mean by that. When you turn into a corner, there is a moment, a very small moment, when your front tires start to take a load. Not fully loading, but not also sliding. That moment tells you everything. How much grip is available, how the car will rotate, and how aggressive you can be on that entry. That kind of small pieces of information is what I mean. So, the force feedback need to be absolutely perfect for people to notice this kind of small balance changes. So, how to actually achieve that? Everything starts from the motor. Traditionally, our wheelbases are using an SPM type of electric motor. But for the Ultimate, we did not choose to go on the easy route, but chose to use spoke type IPM electric motor. This type of motor has extremely good torque density, but at the same time, it is extremely difficult to manufacture in our standards. We are speaking like thousands of an inch tolerance levels here. To actually achieve those, we built a completely temperature-controlled environment where all the motor components are actually manufactured. So there is no any temperature fluctuations, so we can actually achieve those very tight tolerances. After the motor is actually assembled, it goes through a testing phase where all key parameters, including cocking and friction, will be tested. Testing passing criteria ensures that this motor is among the best of this type of motors in the world. Now we have the motor, but we also need a way to control it. For Simucube 3, we developed this completely new type of algorithm that we call digital twin-based motor control. But for the Ultimate, we took that into a maybe 6 times tighter level. During the manufacturing of the wheelbase, we collect thousands of different data points, and from this data stream, we actually create a complete digital representation of the wheelbase inside our code. And now this digital motor is part of the closed-loop system, and the physical device is actually only following it. This means that we are controlling an ideal motor every time. What it allows us to do is that we can make the wheelbase to be snappy and smooth at the same time, something that no one else in this business can say today. Also, for Simucube 3, we developed this pass-through system that we call a light bridge. It delivers power and data to steering wheel from the wheelbase without any wires. That's pretty basic. But how it works is not. Inside the wheelbase, there is an array of infrared LEDs that are pulsating millions of times per second, sending data from the wheelbase and to the wheel and vice versa. And Lightbridge is different from traditional pass-through systems in a way that we don't have any wearing components in this pass-through system. That and the signal integrity has been the main reasons why we have chose to go this road instead of slip ring-based pass-through systems. Oh. Now we have a motor that is manufactured in a tolerance levels of an atomic clock. An algorithm that adapts completely to the motor that it is controlling. And a pass-through system that uses infrared as message mediator. I remember joking with my team that this has moved from a gaming device into a science project. And something that you truly need to understand when you are creating this level devices, you are not creating a product. You are creating an instrument that professional drivers can use as an extension of themselves. An instrument that car developers can trust. An instrument that sets the standard for the entire industry. When you are creating this level of devices, the road will be full of doubt, difficulties, and choices, but you need to trust your vision. A vision that derives from the passion that we at Simucube have. We want to be the absolute best in the things we do. In the beginning, I mentioned that this wheelbase is not for everyone. It's for those who want the absolute best, for those who take this very seriously, for those who are willing to go that extra mile and never look back. Those are the people who are in control. Those are the people who lead. This is Simucube 3 Ultimate, a base for the 1% who will not settle for anything less. Thank you very much for your attention. Ultimate will be testable in our booth, and also our partners, Perfect Motion Rigs from DDX, testable today here. Thank you very much.
Speed is a commodity, but discipline is a choice. The path is narrow. Thousands will enter the Rise Challenge. Only 100 will survive the first cut. No technical games, no hidden fees, just pure racing. Honor is not given, it is forged. Will you stand apart? Rise among the 25. Register today. You don't build a tradition overnight. You earn it.
The Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race.
It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever.
It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600, an American tradition.
Hi everybody, here we are again on SimRacing Expo Charlotte stage, fueled by D-Box, and I have to announce our next and last but not least stage panel for the day. So please come on over everybody. It's going to be fun because it's going to be a hot chair session with Asetek CEO André Eriksson. Your questions from social media, ask to him, he will answer everything. So it's going to be exciting in about 10 minutes. Just come over, grab your seat, see you in 10. Hi everybody, one more time. Welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2026 right here in Charlotte, fueled by D-Box. My name is Matthias and I'm looking forward to heading into the last but not least stage panel of the day. It's gonna be Asetek right here with a hot chair session. So please welcome Asetek CEO André Eriksson. Great to have you here, mate. Finally, thank you. Have a seat, please. Yeah, everybody, feel free to come over, grab a seat, enjoy, because it's gonna be exciting, hopefully. It's more of a hot sofa session, I'd say. How do you feel? Great to have you here. How are you?
I'm good, good. You?
Very good. Yes, same. Feels a little bit like a late show over here, so
yeah,
very nice
the light
for me.
is pretty bright.
Okay, so what we do is we're heading into like questions from the audience from social media, which I just closed on my laptop, and so I have to find them again. Wait a second, over here. Okay, so are you nervous? No. Everything's gonna be fine. You're good. Are you nervous?
No, I'm not nervous.
No. Okay, I try to speak louder because we have difficulties to understand each other, right? So, first question coming from Richard Price via Facebook. It is, will we get a H pattern shifter?
Yes.
Okay.
But before going into any detail, can I just say for 20 seconds here that I think we should all send our thoughts and prayers out to the family of Kyle Busch. It was very sad to see him pass away yesterday. And although I'm from Europe, I did live here in the US for quite some years, and I have watched Kyle race quite a bit. I raced my kids over here. And you know, we have been watching Kyle in the M&M car number 18 many times. Obviously, we are some years back now. So, as far as I understand it, he actually passed away during a simulator session. So, yeah, I think that's it. So, yeah, back to the H pattern shift. And yes, we will. And you can actually go over to our booth here and check it out for yourself now, because it's out in the open now and everybody can try it out.
Okay, that sounds really amazing. Maybe doing that right after this one. Not leave now, please. Okay, then I will come up with a second question. Actually, it's from Bryce de la Bruyere via Facebook as well. Are there any plans for a new Formula or GT wheel soon?
Always plans for new wheels. So yes, I for obvious reason can't go into a lot of detail, but yes, we are working on new wheels.
And that is it. Could you like give us a little more insight, or?
Well, yes. What I can say is that a lot of people are familiar with our product ranges. We have the Invicta, we have the Forte, and now we also have the Initium, and we are working at wheels on every level. And I think people should consider it more like an expansion than replacement for what we have. So probably we are going in different directions.
Sounds promising, really cool. Okay, third question then. Miguel MF asks via X, any news on a Asetek active pedal?
Well, I think my answer is the same as all the time, that I'm not sure that we are doing any active pedals. Because I think we have colleagues here in the industry who is doing a good job of doing active pedals. I think our direction is, for what we do, is actually going to be more analog. You know, we have the hydraulic Invicta brake, and as we displayed at the Sim Expo a couple of years ago, we are probably going more into the direction of doing a hydraulic ABS because, in my opinion and in my thinking, it's what you have in a car, and we want to get as close to what you have in a car as possible. So I think having a real ABS hydraulic system is the way to go for us.
Okay. Fifth question, almost half is done. Comes via iPhotogrip via Instagram. When will you be releasing the shifter and handbrake?
That's a very good question that I actually should know, especially since we're showing it at our booth. I don't have the exact launch date, but now that it's out in the open, I mean, it's probably on the sea, so very soon.
Okay.
For sure.
Question number 6. Rick Handy via Instagram as well. Any news on an ABS module?
Well, so somebody was listening. So as I was saying before, and just to be completely transparent about it, we, how should I put it? We're not just going to release anything just for the fun of it. Right now we have 4 different tracks that we are pursuing on this ABS module. The trick, of course, is to make it feel like a real car, even in a simulator setup. And you know, some of the challenges is noise. You know, you don't think about it because when you're driving your car down the road and you go into the ABS, you're probably having an oh shit moment, and it's placed outside in under the hood, so you don't think about it. But it is actually quite noisy, and I think we're going to allow it to be a little bit noisy because that's just how it is. Then there are challenges like an ABS for a car. It's not something that's meant to be used for a long time at a time. And I think a lot of sim racers, because they think it's cool, and it is. Obviously. We need to look at the reliability and how long can it last, and how many times per lap can it actually last in the long run to be used. So it's not like it's not something we're focusing on. We're actually focusing on it pretty hard, but we're just not there yet where we can say we have the perfect solution for everything.
Okay. Next question is interesting. A little bit of a shot into the dark maybe, but State of 2021 on Instagram is asking, would you ever consider releasing a belt tensioner?
Yes, we would consider it. Whether we would do it or not, again, there's a fine line between arcade and what does a real car feel like. Because arcade racing is really fun. And sim racing is also about having fun, and I think the belt tensioner has a space on its own because it is providing this extra sensation. But I also have the task to be the owner of the business. Let's put it like that, the P&L, and we also need to be able to make money out of it. And there are actually quite a few options out there, and I think if you go to our booth, you can kind of sense it that we want to have our own identity. And if we cannot add any value over what's out there already, I have no problems recommending people to go elsewhere. So it's more a question about can we innovate? Is there something we can add that's not already out there? So I'm not ruling it out, but I'm also not saying yes, that's what we're going to do.
Okay. What a pity. Wait, but still, nice to have you here and answering every question. Next one would be number 8. Ricardo Pelle won via Instagram. When will we receive pedal profiles in Race Hub?
I don't have an exact date, but it is, you know, some of it is already available in Race Hub. You can do a lot, so especially on the pedals. So I interpret the questions more like when will we have game profiles, so that, for example, if you have a Assetto Corsa, the wheelbase will adapt to that, and if you have iRacing, it will adapt to that. And that is something that's in the works in our software team. I think both game profiles in terms of our hardware, but also if you have different steering wheels with different settings, that we'll be able to import, export, share that among friends, have it online, and you know, it's all something that's in the works.
Okay. Next one is a little bit different. Question number 9 of 10, coming from Anders M from via Instagram. He asks, what is the best part of getting off the stock exchange, and what is the worst? Here you go.
I think the best part of getting off the stock exchange and not being a listed company is that I can be even more brutally honest than I used to be. I don't have to be so careful about what I say and do not say because of stock price manipulation and things like that. And then I don't have to sit in a lot of boring meetings talking to analysts and investors. So I have more time to do sim racing and focus on what I really like, which is to run the business.
Yeah.
The worst part is pretty short. I no longer can sell my stock options and make money. That's of course not so good. But the question was, what's the best and the worst? There's a lot in between, but I think that's the worst.
So always an upside and a downside there, right? Yeah. 2. Okay, last but not least question, number 10. What is next for Asetek?
Well, since it said Asetek, I assume it's not just the racing division. We just got acquired recently, and the racing division is one part of the company. Then we have the liquid cooling division, where we are doing liquid cooling for gaming PCs, supplying a lot of the big brands. And then the acquisition is really to focus on getting back into the data center business and AI. So that is what's next for us as a company, that we are reopening our AI/data center division, and we are already, in the works of hiring new people globally, more or less. So a lot of exciting stuff going on.
Okay, could you come up with any details about that, or is it not confirmed yet?
I'm sorry, couldn't
Could you come up with any details about that, or is it
in terms of what?
Pretty much everything.
Yeah,
because we're at the SimRacing Expo, everyone wants to know.
I mean, in the SimRacing department, for sure, we are less open than we used to be, because sharing our roadmap right here, then everybody else here also knows what's coming. So although it's tempting to talk about it, I prefer to keep it until we're actually ready to launch it. But for sure, we are expanding all our product lines. We are expanding our distribution network, our reseller network. So yeah, we are focusing on that too.
Okay, perfect. Anything to add?
No, not really. Thanks for joining. Thanks for you guys on YouTube or whatever it is watching us too. And then I think if you're not too tired of listening to me, then in 2 seconds over here at our booth, we will actually give away the 2 tickets for the Coca-Cola 600 NASCAR race tomorrow. So we will do a draw of that.
Perfect. Great last words for everybody. I'd say that is the perfect thing to do. This is the SimRacing Expo. Meet all the people behind the companies. So right over there is the Asetek booth. Feel free to go there, enjoy yourselves, and have a great time. We're going to be back on stage in about 5 minutes for you. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, guys.
digital chaos, speed is a commodity, but discipline is a choice. The path is narrow. Thousands will enter the Rise Challenge. Only 100 will survive the first cut. No technical games, no hidden fees, just pure racing. Honor is not given, it is forged. Will you stand apart? Rise among the 25. Register today. You don't build a tradition overnight. You earn it.
The Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race.
It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
It's do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever.
It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600, an American tradition.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo, fueled by D-Box here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I've been waiting 5-6 months to be able to be on this stage.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, gone. Day one. Over.
It's crazy. It's just amazing, honestly. It gave me so much today. Goosebumps all over the place, I say.
Yeah, 100%. There's been lots of content on stage, lots of people sampling our exhibitors' products. It's been phenomenal. I'm not sure we expected this many people on the show floor today.
Exactly. I want to say that not to forget the audience, because you are so nice, honestly. You people are so nice, compared to Germany especially. Didn't say that.
Wow, okay. Now you just, it's not
no,
cause,
just
kidding.
Any issues. German's also nice.
But normally on a Friday, it's quite a quiet day, but today has just been, yeah, hustle and bustle everywhere, and I think everybody can be really happy with our first ever excursion here in North America.
Absolutely. And we have another day coming up. So
another two, to be fair.
Yeah, we have two, that's true. But tomorrow is just the next day, so let's have a look at tomorrow maybe, right?
Absolutely.
We have a schedule, and it's packed, actually. We start at, show's going to be starting at 11, I'd say, around about 10:30, something like that. But 11:30 is your, first appointment over here. Please come for an interview with Garrett Lowe.
So Garrett Lowe, who's currently racing over in Europe, in Euro NASCAR. He started his journey here. He started at the Hall of Fame, and he learned to sim race there, and now he's racing for real. And so there'll be a pre-recorded, beautiful video, by the way. It's so well done, where you get to hear the story of Garrett Lowe. It's fantastic.
Yes, absolutely. Then, 12 o'clock, it's going to be Content Creator Roundtable with Dan Killian, Ben Wells, and Tom Brower.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
3 top content creators, and they're content creators. They're just going to love to talk about themselves. It'll be fantastic.
Yeah, I will just listen pretty much all the time.
I was a content creator. I love talking about myself too. So
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not stop-free.
No, and you're famous, by the way. Right? Conspit is going to be on stage at 1.
Absolutely, yes. They will be putting together a nice TED talk about all of their latest equipment and stuff. If you haven't already checked out their exhibit, it's over there in the far left-hand corner in the entry in. But yeah, they'll be talking about all of their latest stuff tomorrow.
2 o'clock is going to be eNASCAR Roundtable with, okay, I have difficulties. I say Otto Schibeni, is that right?
Otto Schibeni, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Ray Smith is there, Casey Kerwin is there, and Nick Ottinger.
Yeah, so Casey Kerwin, who was the champion a couple of years ago, and Nick Ottinger, who was a champion a couple of years before that. A couple of different areas of eNASCAR, but we're going to be talking from all the way from the beginning, many, many years ago, to the current day, about 15 years worth of history.
Yeah, they're going to talk about 15 years, I guess. No, they're going to talk until 3, because 3 o'clock is the next appointment with Matt Malone over here.
Yeah, we got me and my mate Matt Malone. We're going to be talking all things content creation, how he become a full-time streamer, but also a little bit about his family life and maybe a couple of stories from when me and him have been out and had a few beers.
Looking forward to that. 15:30, so 3:30 is going to be Ready, Set, Sim, and then at 4 is Crimsix on stage.
Yes, so Ready, Set, Sim are going to be discussing you guys, the consumers, and your purchasing habits in terms of sim racing, what's doing really well, what's maybe struggling at this point, so that'd be really interesting to see.
After that, 4:30, we have Veromotion.
Oh, I missed Crimsix there. I'm going to see the most
winningest
Call of Duty player of all time.
Sorry, man.
Now racing for real. So yeah, it's going to be fantastic to hear his story as well.
Yeah, obviously. And then we have 4:30 Veromotion over here, all about motion.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to come and talk about all of their latest new products as well, which is going to be really cool to see.
And last but not least, 5 o'clock, VRS right here on stage.
Yeah, VRS are going to go through all of their latest developments as well. But that is it for day 1, Matza.
Yes.
Any final thoughts from you?
Well, no, nothing but thank you, all of you, for appreciating it, get to know SimRacing Expo, get to know the people behind the companies, obviously, and also testing out all the sim rigs. I love the energy. It's really nice.
Absolutely. Our first time ever in North America for the SimRacing Expo fueled by D-Box. It's been an absolute blast, but there's 2 more days to come. We'll catch you in the next one.
See you. Great.